Good day and good evening, because that's the time it is where I am. I hope you're all doing very well, and welcome to Daily Hangout stream with me, Kai Tsuchaiji. You can just call me Kai. Tonight, I'll be playing only Scholar, which is one of the, I would say people would find harder jobs to do, like, roulettes with, or content with for some, because a lot of people find pet mechanics difficult. Yeah, this is also the first stream after the fan fest, so I hope you all enjoyed all the stuff we learned from the fan fest. I'm quite excited for the Pictomancer, which is what we're getting. The first thing that I pictured when I saw the trailer was so what went through my head was, oh, new stuff is happening, because I believe last time they cut off right as Graha was becoming the taco cat. But the first thing I thought was, oh, Kryl! Oh, it's a Lalafell. She looks cute as usual. Oh, she has a paintbrush. Oh, this is beautiful. And then, like, shortly after, I was like, I could imagine Small Kai as this job. I could just, like, take Kryl out of that trailer and just put in Small Kai instead. And then shortly after I was like, well, I mean, I wasn't specifically wishing for Green Mage, I was wishing for Dot Mage, but I was already not expecting it, so I would rather have that we get Pictomancer and it is something that is new and creative and fun to play, than if we got Green Mage and it becomes a little weird and janky because, it has to have dots or debuffs and stuff. Like, one of the advantages that Pictomancer presents for the development team is that there isn't that much to work with. Like, the background on Pictomancer is, there's one character that is a Pictomancer in the franchise, right? And her entire thing is, yeah, exactly, Realm. Her entire thing is mimicking something the enemy does, or something to that effect, or just straight up drawing them, which sometimes just kills them. Which doesn't, it doesn't translate to a very, very wide toolkit for Final Fantasy XIV job. We can probably agree. Like, I mean, if you just imagine, you just, like, you unlock the job and it starts at level 80, we know that, and it just open it, and at level 1 it just says paint person, and when you use it there's a chance they die from it, because I believe that was something Realm could do. Something like that. Maybe it was in a specific fight, but because there isn't really much precedence to the job, it means that they can do almost anything, and as long as it gives you the idea of, you know, a Pictomancer, then, like, great success, right? Meanwhile, if they had made it a Green Mage and then didn't do anything with a lot of buffs and debuffs and maybe even some dots, then people would be mad that it wasn't what they expected it to be. Hey Sin, we're talking about the reveal in the FanFest, the new job that is coming with Dawn Trail. So by choosing to make it a job that doesn't have a lot of, you could say, like, historical baggage, it gives them a lot more space to do something they think would be cool and fun without people being mad that it isn't the right Pictomancer. Like, if we were told, if we had been given the indication with Endwalker that we were getting Sage as a new job, like that we knew we were getting Sage in the same way that people were completely convinced we were getting Green Mage, right? But we didn't see anything of it. And then, like, 4 months later, we see this Technomancer kind of style with Sage. I'm like 90% confident, and remember, 85% of statistics are made up am 90% confident that there would be a huge amount of players that would be mad that it wasn't the Sage they wanted. Because when they heard Sage, they thought, you know, the Sage from the Final Fantasy franchise, which is a different Sage than the Final Fantasy XIV Sage. Like, basically, the Final Fantasy XIV Sage is a different Sage than all the other Sages. So it would be disappointing if you wanted Sage from Final Fantasy franchise in general. So by choosing a job that has very little historical baggage, they get the freedom to do whatever without people being like, well, this wasn't what I wanted. This wasn't what I was expecting. So they could have done nearly the same thing and just called it Green Mage, and then people would just have been disappointed. And I would rather, ultimately, have a fun and interesting and creative Pictomancer than, well, we promised Green Mage, so we have to do it, or something weird like that, or a Dot Mage that doesn't really work. Sorry. If Sage is like the ultimate mage, it has both black magic and white magic, but it's not very good at physical combat to my knowledge, which is what makes it stand out from like a red mage, for example. But if I recall correctly, in the games where Sage has been present, a core weakness of Sage is that it has significantly less casts in it compared to white or black mage. So you get to use everything and potentially even more of the best stuff, but you don't get as much MP or as many spell slots and stuff like that, depending on how far back in time you go. So, like, that was the idea, is that you get the ultimate mage, but so you can do whatever you want, but you have to be extremely specific with what you do because you don't get as many shots. Something like that. Meanwhile, the Sage here has an infinite MP pool, so... Anyway... hey Archibuster, hey Gazel, hey Anolana, hey Aradel, hey BSR, hey Ymir, hey Amokius, and Bam Matthew, and BSR, Sin, and yeah, I hope you're all doing very well, and thank you, I'm also doing pretty well, Anolana. Yeah, the thing that I always say about these things, also just to not get too excited about what we know about Pictomancer, is we don't know anything about Pictomancer. We also don't know anything about Viper. Like, the most detail I can add to what I know about Pictomancer is, well, you can summon a Moogle that shoots a laser beam. That's pretty cool. And I know that Viper can combine their weapon, and I know they get the blue aura, but we don't know what that means. We also know even less about Beastmasters, that's true. The only thing we know about Beastmasters is that they will exist eventually. That's what we know. And also true, Matthew, we know they don't have res, because we were specifically told that. We don't know anything about their actions. Like, at all. Did they actually show Moogle lasers? They did actually show Moogle lasers. The last attack they use in the showcase summons a little Moogle and shoots a laser beam. I think that's the last thing that they show. And then they explicitly told us it does not have a res, which I think is a good thing, because right now, Black Mage has the weakness that it is a mage without a res. If half of the mages don't have a res, then it's not so much about, oh, this is the one without the res, and it's more like, well, this mage has a res as one of its benefits. Like, by making it more normal to not have it, it becomes less of a detriment to not have it. Hey Cat Demon, and hey Traverse, I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I don't know very much about... I don't know how much I care about Viper and Pictomancer. I think they look really cool, both of them. But let me put it like this. I've talked many times about the jobs that I play the most. It'll make sense, trust me. The jobs that I play the most in Final Fantasy XIV are like Warrior, Sage, Dancer to some degree, Reaper, Samurai, and like Black Mage and Summoner. And some of the things they have in common is just that I like those rotations. But the coolest jobs, those that I would wish that I played the most at times, are like Bard. Especially Bard is like so high up on my list of jobs that I wish I wanted to play more just because of how it looks visually, but I don't. Why is that? Because I find its rotation not as fun as certain other rotations. That's nothing bad about Bard, that's just I'm not that great with Bard. Like, that's just not a good match. But that's exactly what I'm trying to say, is that Viper and Pictomancer can be the coolest jobs in the game, and I wouldn't care if their rotations are not fun. Like, it's that simple. That's ultimately what it comes down to. I don't need the job to be super cool if its rotation isn't fun to play. But yeah, I am excited for them because I think they can do something really cool with it. I saw someone suggest an example of how a Pictomancer rotation could be. I thought it was interesting, but I also thought that it was, now that I think about it, very, very familiar. So what they said was, oh, you cast, like, you draw fire or something, you do fire spell, then you get like red paint on your palette, like as a gauge. You use some light, like use some water magic, and then blue paint comes on. You do some, I don't know, like nature magic or earth magic or whatever, and like some green dye comes on it or whatever. And as you collect the dyes, now, let's call them stickers for a moment. Once you've collected all of the stickers that you need, you can then get the white color on your palette, which allows you to cast the Moogle laser. And now that I thought about it, that sounds like Midara Setsugeki on Samurai. You collect 3 different colored stickers and then you do a big finish. It basically sounded like that now that I thought about it. So you can probably see what I mean, that it can be difficult to make a new and creative job with how different the jobs that we have are. Trevor says, am I overthinking that Viper is also a hint to the FF9 remake? It's basically Zidane from FF9. See, I've heard people say that, and I don't know if like there's a reasonable claim that it could be that. I believe some people even said that Viper is a specific weapon that Zidane uses. Like, it's a specific, particularly important weapon or something. Maybe it is like something Viper or Viper something, but like Viper is something that also relates to Zidane. So it makes sense that there is a relation here. But I feel like the fact that, and also Zidane also uses 2 swords that combine into a glaive, right? So like there's a lot here, but they can absolutely do this without making it like a direct reference, just like how we have Gunbreaker, right? Like, they can absolutely do this, and I wouldn't have anything against it. I've seen a lot of people be mad that it would even be suggested that it's a reference to Zidane, but I don't know why that would be. How does Pictomancer even work? Is the paint an actual magical liquid? Is it just actual paint animated by magic? I think it's said in like the keynote, they showed a picture where like they were giving like a quick summary of what the Pictomancer is. I don't know if I can actually find it fast. But let's see. Oh, Aradel has already found it, I guess. Works in the medium of mixed ether, wielding a specialized brush to render their imaginings reality. So it's, I would guess, mixing your ether with paint, which isn't particularly outlandish. Machinists mix their ether in their lunchbox, and gunbreakers mix their ether with their cartridges. So it's not too out of left field. Samurai is already a caster. Hey Shorakai, and hey Gleaming, and hey Eli Felis. I hope you're all doing very well. I don't know if you're straight up late, Shorakai. We are just discussing a little bit about the FanFest reveal, and you might be shocked that the only thing that I actually cared about in that reveal was new job. Something like that, Archibasta. I believe the way that Arcanists use their book is that they... I can't remember it exactly, so... don't get mad if I get it slightly wrong, but I believe the core difference between an Arcanist and like a Black Mage, and a Red Mage for that matter, is that Arcanists use these geometric shapes to be super efficient with their ether. Like, they don't use a huge amount of it, but they use it in a very effective way to produce what they need to. So they're basically like making runes and stuff to optimize their resource, which makes extremely good sense, given that Kabis are basically geometry made manifest, right? Compare that to Black Mage, who basically just uses the ether around them and then adds a little bit of their own to say, oh, by the way, it's fire magic I'm doing. And Red Mages use their own ether also in small amounts, like summoners, to not like kill themselves. And then they push it through a focus that amplifies it with a detriment. And the detriment you get rid of by mixing white and black mana equally and using it. There's some differences here. And then you have Pictomancer, who apparently uses a little bit of ether and a lot of paint, and then draws something that apparently manifests their imagination as damage. You know what, Eli Phillies? That's not weird. Here's a little story. I started in Final Fantasy XIV in Stormblood because Red Mage existed. I played there. After a while, I quit. I think I was also playing World of Warcraft at the same time, so like double MMOs can be a little overwhelming, so I stopped. I came back on the patch where they added Blue Mage, which was like in a pre-patch leading up to Shadowbringers. I came back for Blue Mage specifically, and then I played at the start of Shadowbringers. And then I went away again, and then I came back for... I can't actually remember the reason, but I specifically picked up Final Fantasy XIV again for limited job. So being the most excited about a limited job, that's not weird. At least not to me. I think it's fun to break the game with the limited jobs. It's just a shame that Blue Mage is so good at it that it's not really that impressive when you do it these days. Now, hey Minmay, thank you so much for the super chat. What does that say? 1? It's actually hard to see it. YouTube, can I have a close-up of that? Thank you so much. It's a painter. It's a painter fox. Number 1. Thank you. Enhance. Yeah. Zoom in. Right. With that said, we are starting with... Whoops. Expert roulette. Whoops. So if you would like to come along for expert roulette with me as Scholar, come on over to me. Yeah, as I said, I'm always excited for new jobs. I'm just simultaneously not like I'm not going to to decide on anything before I know what it is. Oh, Travis, remember that there's actually also it is a little older, but this is not the first time that I've done a Scholar-only stream. So there's actually more on the channel if you need it. Shirokai says, how do you get an umbrella? There's a bunch of umbrellas in Final Fantasy XIV that you can get as a fashion accessory. It's like a whole category. I can't really show you while I'm in the middle of a dungeon, but they're not put like store only. Absolutely not. Walt says, where do we think Pictomancer will fall on damage output? That is an excellent question. I have no idea how what they would how they would land exactly. The best way to know for sure would be once we know how many raid buffs they provide, for example. Like once we know that, it's a reasonable way to decide where they would land on the scale of personal damage. Hey Kitsu, hope you're doing well. Traverse says it's managing the ether flow stacks. I see. Yeah, the weird part there is that you can either feel like you never have enough or you always have too many, depending on how much help your tank needs. And given that I often bring a full pre-made for content on these streams, I might this might give an inaccurate picture of how it actually feels. A wall-to-wall tank that doesn't use mitigation. Oh yeah, that's not on you then. Part of the reason why I tend to lean more towards Sage when I'm like healing on the daily is specifically because I feel like Sage has an easier time dealing with the hypothetical scenario where you have a tank that decided that mitigation is optional. But doesn't mean that Scholar can't deal with it. It's just that it doesn't provide as much mitigation just as a part of its rotation. Or as part of its healing toolkit, I should say, not its rotation. Yeah, some of the things that can make Scholar really hard is that compared to Sage, where it doesn't matter that much whether you use your whether you use your Adder Skulls on healing or you use your cooldowns for the most part. Scholar, it like every time you choose to use Ether Flow over, you know, a pet action, for example, you're choosing to not use Energy Drain, which I know sounds ridiculous. You're a healer who has to choose between attacking or healing, and your default is to assume you're using it on damage. I know it sounds ridiculous, but it isn't wrong.
First the villages and now the capital. Nothing is exempt from their avarice.
But because you have this particular difference, Scholar might feel more difficult to plan out your resources with. Still despises. I hate how this is the only dungeon I haven't memorized like the back of my hand. Yeah, you have to do it a bunch more to actually memorize it. And to some degree you would also have to do it with the same jobs. Otherwise you might be like have a difficult time actually getting the muscle memory on it. Every time you cast Broil, you're also doing that? If that's true, every time you cast Broil, you're technically choosing to use an attack instead of healing. The key difference here being that you mostly only use an attack like Broil in place of a heal that you didn't need. Like, the key here being that you didn't need that GCD anyway. You're basically just cashing in all of the GCDs that you didn't need. Meanwhile, when you use Energy Drain, you're cashing in all of the Ether Flow you didn't need. But because there's a bunch of pet actions that don't, like, lead to you losing out on potential free damage, that tends to mean that optimally you want to use your pet actions first if you can help it. I'm pretty sure I'm good here. I should not have used Eggscog there. Sorry, Ymir. The book smack. Well, even at max level, it's still free damage. It's just very awkward sometimes to set up the auto attack. It's not a setting to set it on by default? Nope. There is no setting to make it so that when you target something you auto tag it, because you wouldn't want that. You're playing like ranged physical. You target the boss and immediately pull it. You wouldn't want that. relatively speaking, Scholar has the best auto attacks of healers, and Summoner has the best one of mages. It's just, it's not a particularly fierce competition, so the knowledge that they have the best ones doesn't, like, it means they hit for 100. Like, over 100 with their auto attacks. Where a red mage hits for 20. But yeah, they have the best auto attacks of all casters simply because for some reason they have a ridiculous, like a hilarious amount of strength just built in. The book is really big. It's actually a Calculus edition 8. That's a big book. I think it's edition 8. Have I do I have edition 7 or 8? Or is it 9 even? I'm guessing even edition 1 would be big.
I dare say we'll be faster if we split up.
On the other hand, in regards to memorization, Stealthy Spy, I feel like there's also the part that if you do like an expert roulette a few times every week, the real reason why you get an extremely clear memory of the entire dungeon is because there's a 50% chance that you get it. Like, I would actually rather we had more dungeons in the expert roulette, but I don't know how we would do that. And it is quite awkward with scaling in the post-game content, in a way. Because on the one hand, we would like dungeons like Alcedal's Legacy to stay, like, at least a little bit relevant all the way through Endwalker, right? On the other hand, it kinda sucks if you get scaled down so far that it doesn't matter whether you get new gear, because you'll just get scaled down immediately. But yeah, I wish we got some more dungeons. Ether to fortify my blade. Uh-oh.
I need power. Light or dark, it matters not.
You started on Endwalker tonight, Travis. I do hope you enjoy your journey. It's it has a lot of story, a lot of cutscenes. Uh-oh. It says Tasha normal. That's an extreme version. That would be pretty funny. How would they make how would they change Tasha to become relevant at level 90? Tasha really hard, because I do believe we already have Tasha hard, right? I'm pretty sure we already got that one. You have to do the entire story with only walking to get the true ending. Oh, that sounds like a bad time. Tasha harder, that's also a good one. It could also make it unreal.
I'll not be bested. Not
The dogs are bigger. It's actually it's just exactly Sastasha normal with like bigger numbers, no changes in the entire dungeon, except the runt, like the smallest dog in the third boss fight, is huge. Like they just replaced it with a way bigger dog. It's the only thing they change. What do you think? Zuna says you also finally get to kill the captain this time. Oh yeah, imagine that. In the first dungeon in Final Fantasy XIV, you get kill-stealed. Cranberry says Sastasha but with more jerk anglerfish. Yeah, see, that might actually do something. Now they just need to add that their damage buff stacks. You just have like a pack with like, you have like that whole first section of the dungeon, every single pack has one of those jerk anglerfish. You just pull everything and then you immediately die because they have like 8 damage buffs that just stack multiplicatively. Just Warrior suddenly realizes why Bloodwedding doesn't make them actually immortal. Sastasha criteria. You know, that is almost like a missed opportunity. They could have made the Criterion dungeons as just like really hard versions of already existing dungeons. They could have done that. Cat Damon says, you can tell if you auto-tag your target by either the rotating arrows over your target marker, yes, this one, or by this. That is correct. The awkward thing with starting auto-attacking on an enemy is that there are 3 common ways to start auto-tagging a target, and this is mildly relevant for Scholar just in general. The first one, which I'm sure most keyboard and mouse users know, is right-click the target. The second option is go in here, add this to your hotbar that totally has space for an additional button, right, Scholars? Press that. The problem with this is if you press it again, it actually also stops auto attack, so you don't really want to do that. The third option is let's see, where do we see num0? If you press confirm, that actually also starts your auto attack. So you could keybind confirm to a button that is easily accessible. That would be a way to do it. And just click that every time you target something. And if you're curious, by default, num0 is your confirm button. Matthew says, I'm always complaining about Scholar having too few buttons. Thanks for the tip to get another one. You're welcome. While you're at it, make sure to put all of your pet management buttons down. That really fleshes out the job. Like, you can't imagine how often you will need guard and steady to really make sure you have full control over your pet. /S. I can't remember when I removed my pet hotbar, but seriously, it didn't do very much. My Shadowbringers. All of the buttons you needed the pet hotbar to access in Stormblood were basically just removed. Right, so next we are doing level 90 dungeons. If you want to come along to level 90 dungeons, come on over to me. Or stay in the group if you really, really want to come along anyway, but it's usually easier to know for sure if you come over to me. Catdemon would also like to join. Does anyone not mind skipping this next one? That works. Traverse says, I see a lot of recommendations to place the pets in the center of the arena. Is that really needed? It's not needed, but your pet will be slightly less responsive if it's chasing you around the arena all the time, because basically the way that your pet thinks is if it's following you, if you use... So if I... see if I place my pet here. If I'm standing here as the pet is following me, right? Like it's following with me. If I stand here and I call Whispering Dawn and my pet is over there or something, it will cast Whispering Dawn when it is here. Not there or whatever. It will run to where I was when I called for the command and then use it. Similarly, if I command it to go somewhere and then I use Whispering Dawn, then it will use Whispering Dawn when it reaches its destination. So if you just place your pet in the center of the room, then, well, Embrace has a 30-yard range, so if it's in the middle of the room, and it's not an Alliance raid arena, because those are always humongously big, then your pet can almost always reach everyone. So it'll just heal whoever needs it the most, according to it. And if you use Whispering Dawn, it will hit most things. Now, the key thing here is that if you put your pet in the center of the room, then Whispering Dawn will not reach everyone, necessarily. If someone is off to the edge of the arena, they might not get hit. Which is why I recommend, and I'm pretty sure I also talk about this in my Scholar Guides, is a default is to place your pet in the center of the room. But generally, I recommend, if you have the mental space for it, to like micromanage your pet and move it to be in the center of your party. Like, make sure that it is in the middle of your party. Like, imagine if you were a white mage, not we're a scholar, but if you were a white mage, where would you like to stand if you're about to use Medica 2 to make sure you hit everyone? That's where your pet should be. Because you don't know exactly when Whispering Dawn is needed. Or maybe you do, in which case you'll move it in advance, right? It was actually even weirder with Summoner back in Shadowbringers. The way that you would do like a boss fight as Summoner back in Shadowbringers is you would summon Ifrit, which is the melee pet, or was the melee single target DPS pet, and then you would shove your pet over to the boss. Just place it in front of the boss. Now, the thing is, your pet can't pull bosses because it doesn't exist. Like, as far as the boss is concerned, the pet doesn't exist. And then, when the fight starts, you can command your pet to attack on frame 1 instead of commanding it, and then it has, like, take a little dash over to get the first hit in. So you save a second or two. That was really weird. You could also if you have your pet following you, you could of course just go in the center Shurakai. But the key thing is that if you have your pet following you, as I said, then your pet is slightly slower to act when you call it. So if you've ever had issues with your pet being slow to react, start using place more. It helps. Yeah. And yes, Agibuster says, pets prioritize moving over healing. So if you place them somewhere, they will do that first. I hope you get well soon, Kids and Echo, and thank you for checking in. I'm guessing that we get Fell Court of Troya. I'm feeling Fell Court of Troya. Nope, dead ends. Anyone worried this can be a little bit spoilery for the MSQ?
There was a beautiful blue star that fell to pestilence and rotted inside and out.
Especially if your MSQ is already at like level 86 or so.
The more its people clung to life, the more they suffered.
It is a little surprising that people are still doing this one a lot to farm minions. Because I do recall people did this a ton
Until they cursed
back
not
when
the
it was
gods,
newer.
but their fellow corrupted.
I could have ordered that a little bit better. A negative drop radar is saying that it actually can delete the pet from your from your collection. Oh shucks! I rolled the anti-pet. So anyone had the bird in their collection? Well, you don't have it anymore. I have the bird myself, so I won't be needing on it at least. So if it drops, then someone might have a lucky day.
Those who lived and festered. Those who died and decayed.
So the tip for this boss, for anyone that needs it, is make sure you have the wind in your back. Wind in your back, like so. Wind in your back. And the reason is, if you don't have the wind in your back, then that wall of AoEs will just fly towards you instead of away from you, and it makes it really hard to dodge. And this one is very good to do while stacked close to each other, or at least with one other person, because the mechanic that immediately follows is a double stack. You have to stack with one other person. Or like a pair thing. You don't have to stack with specifically one other person, but you have to stack with at least one other person. So it's just easier if you're already next to someone. And if you stand close to someone else while dealing with the chase AoEs like that, then there's less circles to dodge as a result. And I'm listing all of these tricks because this boss is it's actually shockingly common that people wipe to it.
And the very last of them wished they had never been born at all.
I am a little bit surprised that
In a faraway place, a brilliant star
that
indicated disease.
That people are still farming it, and I know, Cat Damon, that it can be as soon as. But if all 3 players get it, like if all 3 of the other players in the group gets the Doom, then you might not actually have the capacity to save everyone. And then there's also the part that while the AoEs from the wind gives you Doom, they also just kill you if you get hit by like 2 or 3 of them in quick succession and you're not a tank. So
its people sought ever greater freedom.
it's not so much about the Doom, it's more so about everything else.
They tried to buy peace with fire and steel.
And then there's also the part that for some reason they gave the Doom debuff on the first boss a different icon, so it's very easy to miss that it is actually Doom. Enjoy your coffee, Tuna. And hey, Fila. Hope you're doing well. When do you tend to use your Seraph? I typically don't need it. I typically genuinely don't need it, so it's usually like something that I end up pressing as an emergency thing, Gassel. But technically, it would make sense to plan it for one of the 2 pulls as you go. But yeah, usually I don't even need it. So I just kind of save it. It's a little bit like how if you're trying to optimize and making use of every single resource on like a tank, for example, then you'd be like interested in making sure that a warrior uses Holmgang like 3 times through a dungeon, right? But it like to make Holmgang actually useful, you have to intentionally make that magic happen. It's not the same with Seraph, of course. And yeah, that is true. I could probably save a little bit of ether flow if I did that. If I used Seraph more. And that is absolutely true. Similar to how I'm not the best at always using Expedient. As much as I possibly could. Yeah, everyone used their knockback immunities. That's fun. That doesn't happen every day. Well then. Oh.
And when one asked, what is the point? There were none left to answer.
Yeah, Ymir, the AoEs, when there's the wind on the first boss, each of them applies not Doom, but an effect that is literally the same as Doom. It just has a fancy name and a fancy icon. But then it also like does so much damage that you usually only get to see the Doom if someone gets hit by accident. If someone messes up the mechanic, they're probably dead anyway. He killed them all. Oh wait. I did it! Wait.
What if people had gained from ease? They lost to apathy.
Oh, I just realized with Gunbreaker and Scholar to get the double X-Cog effect, when the Gunbreaker drops below 50%, that's a huge amount of healing. I should have thought about that a bit more. I don't even know if it was worth it to use X-Cog that much with that in mind. It's probably fine. Casting Broil confidently in AoEs looked scary. It's something that I do quite a lot.
So they created the kindest, most gentle of beasts.
Oh yeah, we also have a Rekindle as a third. This is basically the excogitation party. Hey Zach, hope you're doing well.
Its steps were light, and its gift was as painless as it was beautiful.
Oh, this is an awkward time to have changed stratagem ready.
Bathed in its golden glow, they all slept happily ever after.
All the pet actions, all at once. Yeah, Gazel is right. It's not a bad idea to have actually scheduled your Seraph. Because using a pet action is always better than using Etherflow. Because the Etherflow comes at the cost of damage, and the pet action does not. And I also say this in my guides, if I remember correctly. I'm pretty sure I do say that. It's just easier to use your Etherflow because they're more potent at times. There's just no need to. No! I messed up my cast. The best time to use Super Bolide is right after your white mage uses Benediction. I thought... Didn't someone say last stream that it's a passive? I could have sworn that it's like a Gunbreaker passive that Super Bolide just procs when Benediction is cast on you. I'm pretty sure. Like, look at this. It actually reads this. Like, if you read, it says reduces HP to 1 and renders you impervious to most attacks. Duration 10 seconds. Also automatically activates when Benediction is cast on you. It says so right under the duration thing. It's written with like extremely small letters, so like you have to like look really closely. But it's there. It's also drawn, like it's written in gray. It's like, it's really weird that they decided to make the tooltip like that. The finest of fine prints. Yeah, exactly, Sin. Really weird. Microdot text. That reminds me of this thing I read. Someone that had made a program, like he was applying for jobs, and he had discovered that these websites that these companies, they use a bot or something to skim through your application and looks for specific words that are in the in the job listing. So this person had made a program that just copied all text from the website and put the text directly into the document at the smallest text size possible and in white, so that like the white background made it invisible. So that if the bot tried to look, it would absolutely find all the words, even though they weren't there. This is not particularly related to Super Bolide, but I think that's really funny. Just having invisible text. Right, so next we're doing 5, 6, 7, 8. So if you want to join me for 5, 6, 7, 8 dungeons, come on over to me. Yeah, that is also true, as Gazel says, that Seraph is also one of the harder buttons to use, because you have to use it multiple times for it to work. Alright, Emir, thank you for coming for a bit. I mean, who hasn't added a few spaces in a book report? Yeah. That's why when I went to school that they said, oh, you had to write a certain amount of words. I don't care if you spaced it over 18 pages. How many words did you write? YOLO Seraph and pray and AoE shows up. Just, I haven't used Seraph in a while. Maybe I'm feeling Seraph. Just click it and then just go, well, I sure hope it ends up being smart in retrospect. Oh, Wanderer's Palace. It's out of wartime. A Doom Spike level range. Well, fortunately, at least you have AoE in 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh no, my buttons are all gone. Well, I have one button. The most important one. And it's presented right next to it, also an equally important button. Which is Lustrate. We're both going to die, Cat. You just barely made it. Just as I was running out of everything. And it's the hardest rotation in the game, everyone. I think I need to use this unit for that. Just to help Kabi a little bit. Oh, what? Already? It was just about to get interesting, and then he just dies. Boring. Exactly, Art of War is a gain on 1. He died of boredom. Oh man, that scholar is really checking out that floor, just slapping up a storm over there. Yeah, for those that don't know, for some reason, Art of War does the same damage as Ruin 1. So, by using the power of the book smack, Art of War is a gain on 1. Simply because when you're spamming Art of War, you can auto-attack faster. Art of War is a gain on 0. Is anything a gain on 0? Can you have a gain on 0? How wouldst someone have a gain on 0? It's fun to slap the ground on 0. You know, that is a sort of gain, isn't it? It's a gain on fun. Ow. We should probably move, but I'm guessing these are ranged, right? Did we forget something? What if it's a gain on -1? It would actually be a loss on -1 because it would be it like if you do the inverse of a book smack, you would lose damage, right? Depends on how you define 0, like an invulnerability phase or something. Well, in an invulnerability phase, Art of War would be a loss because you're wasting MP. You just deal damage to yourself. I don't think that's a gain, at least. Is healing again on -1? Now it's getting very convoluted. When are we getting Cure 4? Maybe it's the level 100 action. Maybe they'll finally give healers a new healing spell that spends MP. Uh-oh. Did you have the bell spends MP? No, it does not. It's not even a spell. It's actually an OGZ, so it's an ability. Yep. Matthew says they added 2 spells in Endwalker. Yeah, Neuma on Sage and Macrocosmos on Astrologian. And then, of course, those 2 new attack spells, but they're technically not new spells, they just replace old ones. Like, this is something we've talked about before on these streams, the concept of piety being useful. And the reason why piety just isn't useful is because, like, for the most part, is because you don't have anything to spend MP on. Reaper got Communio. Communio is a spell. Oginamikiri, on the other hand, is a weapon skill. Even though it has a cast time. Hey Rust, hope you're doing well. Next up we're doing leveling. It appears it's just the 4 of us here. Piety on Reaper when? But better late than never, Rust. Good to see you. Paladin got the Blades combo. Oh yeah, those are spells, but ironically the Blades combo. No, wait. They do actually spend MP. However, I do want to add that before the rework, the Blades combo actually gave MP, which is hilarious. Just while we're on the subject, that's really, really funny. But yeah, in terms of actual healing spells that were added in Endwalker, we got Macrocosmos and Neuma. And the Blades combo is like not really a healing spell. It's just that they happen to have a mechanic where they also heal you. But I don't think I'd count Storm's Path as a healing spell either. Or a healing weapon skill even. Agdosis isn't a healing spell. But it technically heals. Oh, by the way, I'm just saying this a bit early, Cat Damon. Feel free to pull extra large if you want to. I can take it. And also, Cat Damon is playing warrior, so we solo like I soloed this dungeon as warrior while doing mega pulls. So the question is whether I can heal Cat Damon enough that we don't need to get really fancy with kiting to make it happen. Oh yeah, it's blades combo. Also, that's fine, Shirakai. The thing is that with these roulette streams, it's entirely optional whether you want to come along or you just want to watch. They both serve as a way to like just have a little bit of fun hanging out. Little chill stream. And also as a way for some people to like see some footage of a job that they might want to learn, or multiple jobs, or like see how I play things that they want to know more about. Like, it's a good way to lead to discussion about things. But it is absolutely not required to participate directly. It's a lot less of if the tank is a warrior. That's true, but I would still have said it if Cat Damon was like a Dark Knight. Or Paladin even. Did we just ignore the ad completely? Hi Bjek, hope you're doing well. I want to floor tank. Well, what you do is you just do the opposite of what I'm doing. Except when I'm doing really poorly. Then you just do that. Just memorize when I do that. Very nice. I'll just stand near this one to indicate I'm taking this one. Boom. One day, Silvermint and Sin, one day we might just get worldwide data center travel, and that will be a fun day. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Pushing buttons is confirmed as being good once again. I mean, good players push a lot of buttons. I think on average it's pretty common if you have like a good connection where you are. Oh, Sin. if you're in light, you can just, like, Sin, if you go to the character select, like you log out to character select and right-click your character name over on the right, you can choose data center travel. And then you can just visit Chaos where we are. But if you're not in an EU data center, then you can't. Because we only have region-wide data center travel, as opposed to worldwide data center travel. Yeah, Ajibuster, if you have an okay connection and you play in EU or NA, then I think it's reasonably common expectation to have around 200 MS when you connect across the sea. Which is it's not completely unplayable. But let's just say that there are some jobs that you will never be able to play effectively on 200 MS. Like, you'll have to either get really creative on your end, or just accept that it won't be perfect. Particular jobs that come to mind are machinist, because you can't weave anything during your hypercharge. You just can't. And technically Reaper is the same, because you can't weave it. Like, you will clip your GZD whenever you try to weave your Lemure actions. Monk would also be extremely hard. You would absolutely never be able to double weave anything as Monk, and on 200 MS it might even be difficult to single weave things. You can do it, absolutely you can do it, but it will be close. Like, it'll be exactly. Like, if you have the smallest little hiccup in your connection, and you will clip your GCD as a result. And just generally, if you're on 200 MS, you can't double weave anything. If you use like that, there are those third-party tools that can help with latency like that. They can make it possible, just barely, to double weave on a normal job. I don't think you'll be able to on Monk though. The reason why it is like this is because the animation lock when you use an action is about half a second plus 2 times your latency, which means that if your latency is 200 ms, then every action you use takes 0.9 seconds to resolve. And these kinds of tools can typically only cut the added ms in half, so it becomes 0.7 seconds instead of 0.9. Which would still mean that you wouldn't be able to double weave as a monk. Agibasta says NA isn't ready for the concept of macros to explain party finder mechanics. Instead of putting them in the description, nobody reads. And I don't know if it's from the west or east coast. I play in EU, of course. So all I know is that I typically have had, when I've played a game connecting over to NA, it has been like over 200 ms typically. I can tell you that Smash Bros. Ultimate, playing as an EU player with an NA player, sucks. It's not fun. You click something and then like you go and have like a cup of tea, and then it has happened. You can play like Ganondorf. There you go. Hey Varric, hope you're doing well. Yeah, that's like an interesting thing, and we've talked about this with what kinds of like differences in community between regions in Final Fantasy XIV. Because the thing is, and this is something we have talked about before, I know, but the thing is that a lot of players are pretty confident that the entire West player base, so that is both EU and NA, are like the same. Like, if we had if we could visit each other, it would be like there would be no observable difference. And there's a significant amount of players that genuinely believe that. Like, the only difference between our regions is that the Japanese region primarily communicates in Japanese, and the rest of us communicate primarily through English, with some people using other languages, but primarily we all speak English. So the outlier is that in the Japanese data centers, the default language is Japanese, whereas in the other regions, it's English. But we can take something as relatively mundane as explaining a boss fight, and NA and EU can't agree on that. I don't know how much it has changed. I remember some months ago that that there was this new popular thing where instead of actually including like a vague description of what kinds of descriptions or explanations, like what kind of tactics you'd use in a fight, people would just post a link, and if you follow the link, it would show the strategy in detail. But then I think this has fallen out of favor again, partly because people did it because it was new and popular and cool and hip, but also partly because so it stopped being new, but also because all of the console players were complaining, understandably, because it's not easy to copy that link on a console, at least not as easy, and also it just added an extra step to the process instead of just being able to, like, you know, go into Party Finder and go oh, they're using this strategy, like just glancing over it. Like, the simple fact that you had to go one extra step to figure out what on earth the tactic we were going for means that someone would be more willing to just grab a different party that went immediately. And yeah, since this is a chaos data center, most people that do raiding go to the light data center, which has this snowball effect that people go to the light data center to find groups for hard content, so people go to the light data center to find groups for hard content, which means that people go to the light data center to find groups for hard content, which means that eventually no one will really be queuing for hard content, like making party finder groups on chaos. It's the same problem as how World of Warcraft gradually had all of the hardcore raiders move to Horde. Because that's where the hardcore players were. And there will be one prevailing side, and that's it. Exactly, Agibuster. Because the parties are on light, people will go to light to find the parties, which means that the parties are on light. That's why it's like a circular problem. Because the reason why the parties are there is because people go there. It's the same problem as why they had to, like, that PvP got broken. Frontline PvP used to work in the way that when you queued for Frontline, you would always represent your Grand Company. So if you were Maelstrom, you would always be Maelstrom. So it was almost like faction choices, right? But it became known that Maelstrom, incidentally Maelstrom, won more than Immortal Flames and the Adders. So the people that were serious about PvP would switch to Maelstrom so that they would win more which meant that there was a more advantage because all the good players were on Maelstrom, so people moved to Maelstrom to win more. And eventually reached the point where Maelstrom players never get a Q pop because there's no adders and no flames to fight. And the solution Final Fantasy XIV had is, as you may notice if you've ever done Frontline, groups are just random now. So basically, the solution is to remove the factions, right? Just remove the factions, which means, in the sense of Party Finder, the only solution to this problem is to make it so that the Party Finder is region-wide, so that Light and Chaos can see each other's Party Finders. That would solve this problem like that. Now you no longer have any reason to specifically visit Light to find parties if they did that. And this is also a concern with worldwide data center travel. Where do you think everyone will look for parties if you can be on any data center? You'll probably go to, like, is it Ether? Where everyone are? In NA? So everyone just packs their suitcases and go on to Ether to find a group, and when they found a group, they just decide which region they're playing in, depending on how many Europeans or Americans are in the party. But you know how that would be a problem, because that would mean that whichever part isn't playing on their home turf would have garbage connection. That would suck. Like, really, really suck. And then when you get to actually explaining the tactics, you see the European go, here's the macro, and all the Americans that are not used to that go, can we do it differently? And that is just an additional thing where the regions are different. Another thing where the regions are different is, now, I don't have any real proof of this beyond like what people have said. Nothing beyond that. But it seems to me that a huge amount of bad mentor groups and also mean responses to mentors seem to be more concentrated in NA. I don't know if there's any, like, credit to that, but almost every time I've seen people talk about, oh yeah, the mentors suck, and simultaneously also go, oh yeah, it's actually the sprouts who are mean, or the random extreme groups suck because no one's listening. Every time where they are comes up, it's NA. The key thing is that it's not every time that the region they're from actually comes up, which means that I can't say whether there's some of them that just are from EU. So, like, that's another thing where I believe people have said that the story there is that supposedly NA players are less appreciative of getting feedback on the fly. But it says, I want to do queuing for extremes how the JP does it. And Yagazel adds the most important fact here. The reason why it works is because there are more people that watch a guide before queuing for extremes in JP. I believe the reason why it works so well in the Japanese region is because Japanese people don't want to stand out of the crowd. They want to be as good as everyone else. A really effective way to do that is show up prepared. And they don't want to be a burden. And you would stand out if you were a burden. And again, a really effective way to not be a burden is to have done your homework. That is not to say that we don't have like Australians or Europeans or Americans that don't feel the exact same way. In fact, the whole point of my Tanxiety video and soon coming healer anxiety video is that there are a lot of people that never give tank or healer a chance and give a try because they're afraid of being a burden. And that's not how people view it. Usually the story is that failing as a DPS tends to have nearly no backlash as opposed to failing as a tank or a healer. Where, like, for example, just Saturday when we were doing Small Kai, we were doing Zemail Darkhold, and Ymir died to a random, like, a double AoE snipe or something on Batral, the final boss. And the instant that Ymir died, we went from, you know, happy, fun music, just partying, it's easy, to Dark Souls, the Boreal Valley boss fight music, because now we had no healer. But if anyone else, if any of the DPS had died, we would just have been like, oh, whatever, and just continued. But because the healer died, it's suddenly a disaster. So you can probably see how this feeling of being scared of being a burden can be, because making a single mistake can be disastrous for everyone involved. And yeah, exactly as Nathan says, some people are like that. And I know a lot of people I should mention that the majority of people watching this channel, to my knowledge, are Americans. And the people watching this channel, like watching this content that I make, I can't imagine that they wouldn't appreciate feedback, because like the majority of the content I do is feedback and teaching stuff, right? So I can only imagine that in this community that we have, this community subsection of the general community, people are probably a lot more accepting of feedback. And also more willing to teach others, I'm sure. Let's see. Asthmatic Rhino says, as someone who lives in NA, it's honestly one of the hardest parts of our culture that most Americans just aren't very open to advice or help, because the American mindset is very self-focused. Right. That is also the impression that I got. The key thing that I always try to remember to say whenever I say these things is that it's not everyone. So if you're sitting there personally, for example, as an American, and saying, well, I'm not like that, then you're not the problem, right? Like then it's not, it's not you this is about. Hey Chester, we've been at this for about an hour and a half, but we've spent a lot of time talking. But welcome. Let's see, Beckham says, I started as a healer and I'm an Astrologian main. When leveling my DPS, if I made a mistake or forgot how to do mechanics from not doing a duty for a while, I apologize a lot more. I'm just used to apologizing. See, there's nothing wrong with apologizing. This is also what I say in my tank anxiety and upcoming healer anxiety video, is that an incredible power when you make a mistake when learning is to just say sorry. And just, oops, my bad. And then you move on. Like, nearly every time, you just say sorry, and now, like, you just go, oops, my bad. Now, if you failed as a healer, then the tank doesn't really have any ammunition if we're going to get mean about it, because you already acknowledged that you messed up. So what is it going to help that they do it? You already said it. You just took all of their ammunition. Just yoink, that's mine. And that also goes in the opposite direction. You just avoid that problem immediately by just eating it. That's like, when I tank, and I have a Sprout healer, I will still pull like it's like a master most of the time. And if the Sprout manages to do it, then I tell them that it was a good job. And if they don't do it, then I'll take the blame. I'll take the fall for that one. It's quite simple. It's quite simple, really. Also, hey Angel, hope you're doing well. Like you just take the blame, and then people don't really have any reason to start arguing because, well, he already took the blame. We just needed to blame someone. It's like that. The end of the Near Raid story where all the dwarves are trying to figure out who to blame so that they can move on with their lives. You just take the blame, and now there's nothing else to discuss. Right. Oh, goddammit, just said be right back 3 minutes. In that case, I'll wait, but the next thing we're doing is trials. Vela says, I actually do mental roulette, hoping to get a group of sprouts I can show around some old content. You see, that is also a good point. When I made my a good day in mental roulette video a while back, if you've seen it, you probably noticed that I was extremely lenient. I was like, oh yeah, there's a returning player who is in a level 60 dungeon as a thaumaturge. Let's figure out what's going on there. Oh, turns out they had forgotten that job crystals were something you were supposed to equip. Oh well. Land in Bravelock's Longstop twice in the same day, and both times the Sprout tank doesn't use AoE. They don't use defensive cooldowns either, but I just tell them, just if there's more than one enemy, just use AoE, and then we just do the rest of the dungeon. Because they learned something. It's just one thing. And the whole reason I was doing all that as Sage was because that is the job that I'm so confident that I can carry pretty much anyone through almost any content that I could land in Mental Roulette. VX says, I'd say Sastacha hard. The third boss, it can be worse if the DPS fails. Had a group that wiped repeatedly because 3 out of 4 players ignored the Kraken's arms, and we died to that. Well, yeah, there's always exceptions, but the problem with Sastacha hard is that it is an optional dungeon, so... Hey Aura, and hey Iron Reaver, hope you're both doing well. Exactly, Gazel. No one can hurt me if I say it first. Or do it first. Trevor says, I do blame Hall of the Novice for that. I'm guessing for people not knowing. At least, it still says do 1 AoE and then single target each enemy down. You know, it gets even weirder, and I demonstrated this in my tutorial suck video. In the tutorial, where tanks are supposed to learn to use an AoE to, like, grab the attention of the enemies, and then kill them, they're taught that you should, you know, do some AoE and then, you know, finish up the mobs. I can't remember if they outright tell you to go AoE and then single target, but it doesn't actually matter because you can do that fight successfully with only heavy swing. Only heavy swing. You don't need your tank stance, you don't need overpower. You don't need Tomahawk, you don't need Overpower, you don't even need Maim. You just use Heavy Swing and just switch targets and you will be able to hold aggro, because who else are generating aggro is the healer. So you just Heavy Swing each mob, and there is no tutorial on using defensive cooldowns. None. And you know, Traverse, I would accept that argument if it wasn't for the fact that this tutorial has been updated, because back when you did this tutorial originally, you had a different step 2 combo that generated extra enmity for warrior, which doesn't exist anymore. But that would be the combo step they would have recommended for you in that tutorial originally. But they don't. they don't do that anymore. So they've had to go back and change it. So they have looked at it and changed it, I'm guessing. And they just didn't go beyond that. Right, so we are doing trials next. I'm assuming everyone in the party wants to come. But yeah, the problem with Hall of the Novice is a few things. Whoops. One of your party members does not meet the requirement for this duty. Trials. Does everyone have an item level of at least 90? Rust, do you have an item level at least 90? Sorry. I just have to go, wait a minute, you're standing there in the starter monk gear. Yeah, exactly, it's the jewelry that caused problems. Yeah, it's... one problem is that all of the Hall of the Novice is entirely optional, so you can't guarantee that people actually did it. The second problem is that the vast majority of the Hall of the Novice can be done without actually following the orders of the teacher. The third problem is that the orders of the teacher are all text, which means, and not only text, it's the text boxes that appear up here, where a lot of not important stuff happens normally. You know, that's the place where NPCs just say something, so there's it in this heads up region. But that's where they put the important information sometimes as well. And that means you're going to miss it. And then, like, the fourth problem after that is that the tutorial is severely outdated and does not cover many of the things that it should. Like, the Hall of the Novice should have, like, higher level sections, so you can revisit it as you get more options. Why is our Dragoon over there in front of the boss? Oh dear.
Furious as a blaze.
But, like, there's so many small things with it, and the best counter argument to all this that I heard, it might sound ridiculous. It might sound ridiculous. But one good argument for why there's no need to make the Hall of the Novice so perfect is that it motivates players too. Now, you might be shocked here. It motivates players in this multiplayer game, MMORPG, to communicate with each other and ask.
I am invincible.
Isn't that an incredibly ingenious thing you could do? Learn from each other? Like, that is the best argument I've heard for how it can make sense at all that the Hall of the Novice just doesn't receive very much help. Because there's no reason to. It motivates people to communicate. Guy can communicate the new anime coming out in 2024. Also, I have to ask, the person that said Sprout Trash Scholar Reporting, how do I say your name? How would you like me to say your name, even? Because I can't read it. But I'm glad to hear that that you can get some training as a scholar. Also, rejoice in the glory of combat. Kuma. Okay, I'll try to remember that. Thank you. But I'm glad to hear that that my videos can help you get in training as a scholar. It is really one of the weirdest jobs in the game. One of. Rejoice in blades. Level 1 to 50 content is absolutely very dated, Anolana. A really funny example of that is the simple fact that most of the bosses in A Realm Reborn, like in dungeons, like the dungeons, you can do a big AoE pull into the boss room. That becomes pretty much completely impossible once you start to go into, like, Heaven's Ward. Like, they make sure that there's a closed door you can't enter without clearing the trash. And the thing is, there's nothing wrong with that. Just being clear, there's nothing wrong with Heavensward not allowing you to bring all the mobs in. The thing that makes it bad is... The thing that makes it bad is that you start in A Realm Reborn, where you have, like, your training grounds, you could say. A huge amount of the Sprout experience is in A Realm Reborn, especially, but at least partly, because of the extremely long post-game of A Realm Reborn and the sheer amount of quests and dungeons and stuff, and trials. So you get your opening experience here, and then you get to Heavensward, and now you can't do wall-to-wall pulls in the same way, which means in A Realm Reborn, you can do absolutely insane mega pulls. You can, but you might not always want to. In Heavensward and beyond, for the most part, the gold standard is big mega pull. Just pull everything. All you can. At least 2 packs, but preferably all of it. Because there's a limit. Like, the reason why you don't just pull everything in A Realm Reborn dungeons is often because there's so many packs that it might be a bad idea. Whereas after that, the developers decided... this is probably a little bit of a weird comparison, but some dogs, so some people that have dogs, sometimes you can teach the dog that there's just always food available. And sometimes the dog will learn, I'll eat when I want to. And then they'll just leave some there. They'll eat sometimes, not all the time. That's A Realm Reborn dungeons. Have as much as you want. Just go ahead. Take all the packs you want. And then you go, I'll take some of them. But then we learned that there's a significant amount of players that quote-unquote can't handle that and insist and try to enforce that you pull everything. So the inverse of that is if you have a if you do this with a dog that can't handle it, it'll eat everything in the bowl, and if you refill it, it'll eat everything in the bowl, and if you refill it, it'll eat everything in the bowl, and then it'll throw up, and that'll eat everything in the bowl. And yeah, everything else. It'll eat everything is what I'm saying. The best way to combat that is to only let it eat at specific time. Like here you get food at this time and this time. And that's it. That's Heavensward and Beyond. You get 2 packs at a time. That's it. And incidentally, there's a lot of other things in Final Fantasy XIV that have been treated the same way. If you let the players use any action they please before entering combat, you will have stupidly long openers because people use their resource generators before entering combat, which is unhealthy because it's not fun, so the developers make it so you can't. Same idea. Some people can't handle it without ruining their own fun. The thing is, we can all handle it. It's more so that people will do the unfun thing, the dumb thing to optimize, and then complain that it isn't fun to do that. Even though it was themselves that decided to do it, right? Like, imagine, like, the thing is, dancers have a stupid opener like that. The 45-second opener, because you just have to set up standard finish, so you can have the buff on your opening standard finish. It gives you 36 potency. Like, you get 36 potency before people start using raid buffs. So it's not like you get like a percentage damage increase over the course of the fight by using this opener. It's really good for you or anything. It's literally you get 36 extra potency added to your total damage over the course of the fight. You get this for adding 30 seconds to the pull timer. It's so small that the vast majority of players that know you can do this view it as stupid. Like, it's so ridiculous, the amount of, like, you're investing, like, you're gaining less than 1 potency per second invested. 36 potency, Anolana. You get 36 for investing 30 seconds of 8 players' time. So you're actually investing 240 seconds to get 36 potency. And yeah, it's also within variance. If you had pulled more times, you would probably have had chances to roll a better crit. But yeah, exactly, Anolana. It's these kinds of limitations where you aren't allowed to do things is basically to save the players from themselves, prevent you from doing dumb stuff that you don't enjoy doing, but you will do it in the pursuit of perfection. You will do it. Angel says Dancer's opener just requires at least 15 seconds pre-pull timer though. The normal Dancer opener requires that. The thing is, Angel, that the existing Dancer opener means that you can fit an additional standard finish in your opener. In raid buffs, no less. That's the 15-second pre-pull timer. How much that gives you exactly is complicated, because if you're using standard finish on cooldown, then you don't know for certain until you've actually killed the boss whether you gained an entire extra standard finish due to when the boss died, or if you just gained some value over how standard finish aligned with your buffs. But the 45-second pull timer literally only gives you like 5% of a standard finish, because it means you can set up this 5% damage bonus and then have your 15-second pull timer. Like, that's why it is so silly, because it's so much invested for so little. Ham, do you want to join? We're doing a normal raid next, I think. And Angel, That's exactly what I said. Well, what was it I said like a minute ago? I think I said pretty much everyone. We'll do we'll also do alliance raid. Just a moment. Basically everyone who knows that Dancer can do this looks at it and goes, "That's dumb. I'm not doing that." But we know it exists. And yeah, as Gazel also added, that the fact that the Heavensward and Beyond dungeons like limit how much you can pull circles back and makes the A Realm Reborn dungeons look badly paced as a result. And this is actually ultimately what the problem is. If we go back to the dog analogy, if you have a dog that is used to there always being food, so it'll eat when it wants to, and you start limiting when and how often it can eat, if it starts to notice, it will get used to eating when it has to, right? It will eventually become the chonker if you start limiting how often it can eat. Like, it will get used to the specific times of day where it is allowed to eat as a result. That is going from A Realm Reborn into Heavensward and Beyond. Before, you could choose how much you wanted to pull. Now, there's a limit to how much you can pull. So you will get used to the strategy, how we do it here at higher level. But if you take a dog that is used to eating at specific times and then just start letting it eat how often it wants to, as I said, it will eat until it can't eat anymore, throw up and start over. Which is exactly what happens when you bring someone from Heavensward and Beyond into A Realm Reborn who doesn't realize that you're not supposed to do that. Like, when I'm doing an A Realm Reborn dungeon, I'm usually viewing the dungeon as the dungeon specifically and going, oh, well, in this dungeon, this pull is reasonable, this pull is not reasonable, this is what people normally do, and things like that. And I do the same in the Heavensward and Beyond dungeon. Like, I view each dungeon as a separate encounter. But not everyone does that. And exactly, Angel, the one job that gets to have a 30-second pull timer, it typically is Astrologian. But that is typically cut short massively by the simple fact that Astrologian can take the majority of that pull timer whenever. They just, wipe, pull card, and then you only need to worry about a pull timer if you're pulling, like a 30-second pull timer if you're pulling again immediately. And exactly, Angel, as you said, I've never seen anyone in Party Finder ask for a 45-second pull timer on Dancer. I haven't either. And the times I've ever seen it be brought up as something someone would want, people usually look at them like they're an idiot. Like, why? What? Why would you do that? And yeah, exactly, Bimo. I usually, if I am doing a pull timer, like maybe I'm doing like an old extreme or something, like unsynced stuff, I will do a pull timer, usually. And I will either do a 10 or a 20-second timer, depending on what people want. But a 16 sounds pretty decent as like a middle ground. And that also works because a lot of jobs need a 15-second timer. Aura says, I just got to level 60 Astrologian, so how should I time exactly to get my 3rd card in time? If you... Like, so at level 60, you're not doing any content where you have to be perfect. So just to start, you don't have to do things like card bursts. That's optional. You don't have to... You're not expected to do these things. However, if you pull a card right as you enter a dungeon or a raid or something, then you will be able to... Like, sometimes you will already, like, the cooldown on draw will already have, like, finished by the time that you can act, like, that the boss can get pulled again, or can get pulled, which would give you 3 cards. However, let's say you didn't get that, you only got 2 cards, and then someone pulled it, like, you only get your 2 cards because someone pulled immediately, then... It's not that important exactly when you play your, like, the 3rd card. But if you really want to make it efficient... Oops. If you really want to make it efficient, playing cards either during divination, right before you use divination, or 1 minute after you use divination tends to be pretty good. The reason for this is, assuming you're using divination at the start of a fight, then it means that you use divination during like the opener burst, and 2 minutes later the 2-minute burst comes up. I know, creative name and everything. But that also means that 1 minute later, the odd minute burst, if you have one, like some jobs have something that happens 1 minute after, comes up. For example, a Dragoon will be using Lance Charge 1 minute later. A Summoner will be going into Dreadwell Trance again, or summon Bahamut, or summon Phoenix, depending on how high level you are, 1 minute later. Which means that whatever DPS you use your card on will probably get more value out of it if you use it on the minute, every minute, instead of using it just when you get the card. Like, if you really care about doing it effectively. But when you're still leveling Astrologian, you're still learning Astrologian, this might not be the most important thing to learn first. Alright? That's my advice on this. Card bursts are basically in the opener. You have your card, and then you cast, you know, Malefic and Combust, and then you use Light Speed, and then you basically play, draw, Malefic, play, draw, Malefic, play, draw, like just 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, optimally. But sometimes you get a card you don't want, like it has the wrong astro sign, so you have to redraw. You also have to find space to cast Divination. So it becomes complicated exactly how you're supposed to do it. But I do explain and demonstrate these things somewhat in my Astrologian guides, if you're curious. But they're not mandatory for playing the job. If you want to be like a Savage Raider, you should probably learn this for your own sake. If you don't enjoy card bursts, then Astrologian might not be the best job to choose for a Savage Raid. But for more casual focused content, you don't have to be perfect. And speaking of Astrodyne Aura, this is also something where usually you want to use it during Divination, since that also buffs your damage. But it doesn't always pan out that way, especially in dungeons or if something goes wrong. And Reaver says, when I proc Astrologian in Ultimates, I never redraw in my opener. Most of the time I'll get 2 signs, which is the important thing, but I found it's better to not move Divination in my opener for consistency. Oh, of course. The thing is, if you're following like an optimized opener, divination comes at a specific time, at a specific point in your opener, and either you've played all of your cards by then, or you haven't. And if you have, great. I don't think you actually can do that unless you don't have to redraw. But if you haven't, you will just continue playing cards after that. Like, you'll finish eventually. But yeah, if you're still like, if you're not blocked by a DPS check in an ultimate, for example, then making your card burst in the opener perfect is probably not the highest priority, right? Like, that can wait. But speaking of consistency, and we've talked about this before. Anyone remembers Astrologian 101 on stream some weeks back? Maybe it was even over a month ago. Because redraw has a 100% chance of drawing a different sign to the one you had. If you use redraw, like if you make use of redraw, you have a 2 out of 3 chance to get 3 different signs. And a 100% chance to get at least 2 different signs, which means you will always get at least the 2 sign buff, which is the haste, and most of the time get the 3 sign buff, which is just more damage. So you'd want to do that. If you don't use redraw, then you have a... Oh boy, let's see. 1 and 3. Well, a 100% and then a 2 and 3 and then a 1 and 3. Without redraw, I'm pretty sure I have a 33% chance of getting, just quick maths, I'm pretty sure I have a 33% chance of getting 3 different signs. But you still have a 2 and 3 at least chance of getting 2 different signs. Right, so next we are doing alliance raids. I'm guessing Emil wants to come. But before we do that, I will just be right back. Sanity restored. What if you hear me out, the Watcher had blades? I don't think I have a blade big enough for the Watcher. Also, I'm back. We are in combat, so I can't do a ready check. Right, I actually thought a little bit more on the math. I just want to take this because I love math. Let me see if I can find my whoops, my paint. Blue should do, right? I think that's fine. So the way that it works, it's math time. It's math Kai. We have three options. Like, so basically I'm saying if you don't use redraw, then you have the option of getting 1, 2, or 3 different signs. The chance of getting 1 is of course 100%. I know, absolute like shock from everyone. The audience goes wild, right? I can't do a ready check, let's do math. Yeah, exactly. So like that one, not particularly interesting. To get 2 different signs without redraw, you first roll, like you draw your first card, play that. That is a 100% chance to get 1 sign. So after that, this is actually like calculating how your chance of getting 2 different, like to get 2 signs specifically is not actually very interesting. What is more interesting is figuring out what's the chance of getting not 2 signs. Because it's a lot easier to calculate the other options. The chance of getting only 1 sign is you know, you get 1 sign, and then you get the same sign, and then you get the same sign. To do that, you have to do a 1. So that's a 100% chance because you get the first sign, times 1 in 3 because there's a 33% chance to get the same sign, times a 1 in 3 of getting the same sign again. So that's actually a 1 in 9 chance to get only 1 sign. So only 1 is 1 in 9. On the other hand, to get 3 different cards, you first have your 1, that's guaranteed, times 2 out of 3, because you just have to draw not that card, like not that sign, and then you have to succeed a 1 in 3. Because now there's only 1 unique sign left to get, which means that it's actually a 2 out of 9. Which means that to get 3 unique signs without redraw, you have a 2 out of 9 chance. Which means that these combine to mean that the rest of your possible options are that you have a 6 out of 9 or a 2 out of 3 chance of getting 2 signs without redraw. If you just draw, just yeet your card the instant you get it, your most likely result is still 2 signs, and your chance of getting only 1 sign is extremely small. In fact, you have a higher chance of getting 3. It at least appears to be the case, doesn't it? Yeah. And now, I just want to reiterate, as we did on Astrologian 101, if you use redraw, then these numbers change to 1 card is 0%, or 1 unique sign is 0%, 2 is let's see, 33%. You know, repeating, of course. And 3 is 66%. If you use redraw and prioritize getting the correct sign. Astronomically high, yeah, indeed. And hey, 3 about, hope you're doing well. And hey, Eaterit, hope you're doing well as well. But yeah, that's your math Kai for today. Now, ready check for alliance raid. Also, good luck, Iron Reaver, with Patterns of the Dead solo. But you see, like, this is actually when people talk about Astrologian being a high RNG job. That's why it's like, it was. Honestly, I'd say Dancer and Bard are more random jobs than Astrologian. It's just that the reason why it doesn't feel that way is because if you, like, how does Bard interact with its randomness? Is that you might do something different on your next GCD. How does Dancer react to its randomness? Is maybe you do something different on your next GCD, but you rarely do anything different right now. And if you do something right now, that would be something like, oh, if you use Fan Dance 1, you of course want to weave Fan Dance 3 right after, in most cases. So what happens is, you go 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, and then you do Fan Dance 1, but you're already mashing Fan Dance 3 before you even know whether you got a proc or not, because it doesn't actually matter. If you get a proc, you use it. If you don't get a proc, you do nothing instead. So it doesn't change the way you're doing anything. You don't interact with your rotation differently as a result. And the same with Bard is that if you get a proc, that might impact in your opener whether you do Barrage first or Sidewinder first, if you're doing the optimal opener, right? Because you want to get as many Refulgent arrows as you can, but ultimately it doesn't change that much. For the most part, you want to use your Apex arrow at the same time anyway, so that doesn't change that much either. If you get a lot of procs during Wanderer's Minuet, maybe you'll do more Pitch Perfects, but again, what happens is you're using Pitch Perfect at the time where you would be doing nothing. So the option is, do I use Pitch Perfect or do I not do anything? And Astrologian, as 3MR says, as what I was getting at, is exactly, with Astrologian, you draw your first card and you play that on someone. Then you draw a new card, and you have to consider, does this card have the correct sign on it? If yes, then you have to figure out who you're playing it on. Because there's at least 2 players that you'd like to play it on, depending on what kind of card it is. If it is not the correct sign, then you redraw it, which means that now you've already changed your pace, like what you're going to do based on what card you drew, because the randomness actually impacts your rotation because you're using redraw instead of play. And when you then redraw, then we circle back and go, okay, who do I play this card on now that I've decided to stick with it? Also, yeah, we got Circus Tower. Anyone surprised? And this, I think, is the reason why, despite Astrologian having the least random of the random rotations, feels the most random. Because while there isn't much randomness, it matters. Like, with Red Mage, if you get a proc when you use the Thunder or the Arrow, that doesn't change much. Like, it just means that you're using the Fire over Stone instead as your next GCD. And you have 2 full seconds to think about that before you actually have to do it. Nearly 3, actually. So it doesn't feel that impactful, even though it's there. Am I forgetting some Oh yeah, Black Mage is the same. You have so much control over your randomness that it doesn't really matter. It's just if you like, and also because Black Mage plays so slowly, you have like an eternity to decide what you're going to do with the proc. Like, oh, I got a Thundercloud proc. Well, I won't need that for the next 30 seconds. And you get a Firestarter proc, and you just go, oh, I'll plan that in the future at some point, I guess. Yeah, exactly, it's 3MR. Most of the random jobs in Final Fantasy XIV that have some randomness in them, it's just that it doesn't matter that much. I guess I am become Popsicle. Ah, uh-oh, that's a bad place to be a Popsicle. Ow. Womp, 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 womp. Thank you. We have a lot of popsicles. I am become Popsicle, freezer blizzards. Yeah. Here come the ancient flare. Did you know you take less damage if you stand in the water when the flare resolves, assuming that the mouse doesn't just die? Traverse says, I have a leveling question. How often does one need to upgrade gear? Is going from Poetic Set to Poetic Set every 10 levels enough? It is enough. Just be aware, especially if you're a tank, that the latter half of each section will feel tougher. It'll feel harder to do, because once you get to, like, for example, with Stormblood, someone said Bottom's Metal earlier. Bottom's Metal, incidentally, happens to be... Whoa. Happens to be the level where your Poetics gear starts to fall behind in power. As opposed to, like, random dungeon gear you could have found by then. So it'll feel tougher. But what that really means... What that really means is not, oh, now you can't do big AoE pulls. No, that's not what it means. It means you just have to be better, right? You just have to be better to compensate. Like, when you're overgeared for content, it means that you can play more sloppily because your gear is compensating. When your gear falls behind, then your skill has to compensate in the other direction. There should be a circus theme playing each time you get into the instance. But yeah, if you just get Poetics gear every 10 levels, you should be fine. And if you are primarily leveling through spamming dungeons, Traverse, then, like, hypothetically, if you were to just primarily spam dungeons, which is more common with tanks, by the way, then you're more likely to just have acquired dungeon gear as you've been leveling. So naturally, your item level would have risen a bit. Like, if you've been leveling Stormblood, for example, by just spamming Siren Song C, then spamming Shisui, and then spamming Bottom's Metal, then you will have acquired the gear from Shisui and acquired the gear from Bottom's Metal, and so on, as you progress, which means that the item level gap will be smaller as a result. Again, doesn't mean that you have to do that, but it means that if you're spamming dungeons to level, then your item level should naturally follow. Like, the only reason you're grabbing the Poetics gear is to bridge that gap from level 60 starter Heavensward gear to level 60 So level 60 post-game starter Heavensward gear versus level 60 start of Stormblood gear. Which is like a clean 130 item levels for some reason. Well, not exactly. It's a little different than that, but you get what I mean. Like, there's a massive jump. It's probably closer to 50 or 60, but you get what I mean. Like, the Poetics gear is there to, like, bridge the difference. And also, congratulations, Iron Reaver. And absolutely, you are right. You have now unlocked the hard part of the solo. I would even say that some players might say that the hard part of soloing Palace of the Dead starts after 150. But that's not because 100 after 100 is easy. That's just because it gets harder and harder and harder and harder. Yep, thank you, Traverse. It's good to hear, and yeah, exactly. It's Poetics really should be the like should be fine. So. 170 boss is the biggest bottleneck. Which one is the 170? Is that the Bomb Mom? Is that the Bomb Mom? Or is that 160? It's been a while since I've been in Palace of the Dead. I know there's also the Behemoth boss, which is, I would say, an even bigger wall in a way. Look, guys, I'm teaching Ammon the art of war. The way you do it is you slap the floor. You do the opposite of putting your hands in the air. You put your hands to the floor. Oh, if your ether pool is in the 60s, that would absolutely make it a lot harder as well. But hey, getting really far in a run is also a pretty good way to accumulate a lot of ether pool. If I remember correctly, the way that I got most of my ether pool leveling in Palace of the Dead was I attempted a few duo runs with a friend back in Shadowbringers. And we got like way past floor 100. Also, did the chat die? Yeah, exactly, Game End. Open the door, slap on the floor. Everybody do the art of war. Are we dead? Are we dead? Indeed. I mean, Iron Reaver, the experience and practice you get from trying will still be valuable later on. Which mechanic did we fail to have died? Oh, I don't know. Was it a chat check? Chat cut? We forgot the order. Not to be confused with limit cut. Well, chat, are we dead now? Chat? I can picture like at least like 2 or 3 VTubers saying that. Now that you mention it. What would be the roles of chat? Like, what would be a healer in the idea of the raid encounter that is the chat? And what would be a tank? And what would be a DPS? Huh. Mods would be the healers. You know, yeah, that makes sense. that actually makes really good sense. They're the ones dealing with making sure everyone's doing things right. We did the thing! Quick, commend the random dancer! A lurker's DPS? Yeah, I wonder. I suppose the question is what it is that the DPS are progressing towards. And what the tanks are tanking. I think the streamer would be the boss. Ah. So wait, how do you win the fight? Do you win when you distract me so that I die in game? Or is that how it works? Right. We finished the roulettes. I've maxed out on causality. I think I've been maxed out for a bit, actually. Let's do it. There was I can't remember if it was the most... I think it was the most recent solo challenge stream. Was that the one where we did Wholeminster Switch? Where I almost died while reading a membership gift. My favorite VTuber. Hey Zimicus, do you mean the camera? Like this? What do you mean? Yeah, the next thing we are doing is a run of P12, and then we are doing Thalea. So if you can't or don't want to come along for P12N, then yeah, you don't have to. The gameplay, well, I mean, I'm playing on a very stable frame rate. That could be it. I need more details on what you mean. The alliance raid roulettes in Crystal Tower tends to be very... Streaming Final Fantasy XIV is extremely smooth. Okay, well, I'm glad to hear that. I think that's a combination of I have a somewhat beastly PC that can easily both play Final Fantasy XIV on really high graphic settings and also stream it. And then I also have a really strong internet connection. I think that's That's what makes the biggest difference. How does Kai handle the first boss of the burn? Oh yeah, I do remember that. That was the boss where we decided to give it a whole backstory, right? That was the carpenter, right? The scorpion boss that actually is a carpenter who has a wife and kids to come back to. Or something like that. When a random boss doesn't have a backstory, you just have to write one. Especially when in the middle of a solo challenge run and each boss takes like 15 minutes. I'm guessing Cat Damon did not want to come along since they left the party. Hey Cockatoo, hope you're doing well. Game End says random question, what do we spend causality on? I just finished Endwalker on my main and I've capped them. My recommendation is if you... So, I go over this in my level 90 gearing guide. But basically, if you have money, like enough gil, to buy a full crafted set, then start with that, and then use your causality to buy rain. I also go over this in my level 90 gearing guide. And then use that rain to upgrade your crafted pieces to get an additional 10 item levels. Once you have a full 650 gear set, either through doing this or by using your weekly tomestones, the comedy ching tomestones, then you can start accumulating and using excess causality to buy relic weapons and upgrade relic weapons, which might be valuable to consider. But you should prioritize getting 650 first, in my opinion. But now the key thing is if you then say Game End, if you say I don't have money for a crafted gear set, then what you should do is you can use the causality. If you go into the other section on the causality vendor in Ratzatan, for example, they sell some materials. Those that cost 20 causality each are used to make the crafted gear. I'm not saying craft it yourself. I'm saying sell the materials. However, right now on most servers, the materials should be at a particularly low point in price. Right now, because there's been a huge and extremely long period where people haven't really had anything to spend their causality on. And if I remember correctly, I'm 99% certain that 6.55, which is coming on the 16th, should come with the final step of the relic weapons. And given that we haven't been given reason to think otherwise, we're expecting that the final step of the relic weapons will also require causality tomestones. A lot of players will stop having an extreme excess of causality, which means that the materials will start to increase in price a bit again because the supply will drop. The demand will be mostly the same, but the supply will drop. So like if you do need some cash to get your crafted gear, then it might be beneficial to like accumulate some of that crafting materials and then sell them after the patch drops. But yeah, the key thing that I don't want you to do, game end, is there is, I believe, is it 620 gear that you can buy for causality outright? Don't buy that. Like that's the one thing that I would say is a mistake, unless you specifically want them for glamour reasons. Like, if you really want them for glamour reasons, sure. But if it's not for glamour, then the only thing that would be outright wrong to buy with your causality would be that gear. Oh wait! Oh, apparently my copy is out there standing on air. I was just thinking, wait, where's my copy? Given that where it was is gone, and turns out it's walking on air. You can also get game end if you have enough of the rain materials to like get the augmented crafted gear, as it's called. Then you can also get really fancy with it by like just buying other crafted gear hand in for the tokens, which is how it works. What in the world is that message? Right, if you buy, like, for example, really cheap crafted weapons, they have to be high quality, you can hand those in for the tokens that you use to buy the augmented gear. And then you can just, like, indirectly get a discount. But if you need the crafted gear in the first place, then that doesn't work, right? Because you'll need the crafted gear to collect more causality tomestones. Which is also what Hyapin says. Typically, I would recommend looking at weapons. I can demonstrate what I mean shortly. This monk is not having a good day. Right. I'll figure that out later. Right, so what I mean is, and I'll take the steps. Is, let's say, game end, that you're, I don't know, you're a gunbreaker, for example. Then you'd probably need this. Like, you'd need this weapon, probably, to get started. But if you have the causality, like, to buy the rain to make an augmented weapon instead, then any weapon except a paladin one will actually can be turned in for the same amount of tokens which you can buy the augmented weapon with. So like if you buy a ninja weapon, you could save, like just in this example, you could save like 20,000 gil. I don't know which ones would actually be cheapest. That's difficult to determine because it hardly ever makes sense. But like you could check which crafted pieces give the most tokens and also have the cheapest price like associated with that, and then do that. But you can also just not do that. Like if you think it's getting a little bit too like big brain, then you don't have to do that. It's not like massive amounts you're saving, and it's only saved if you didn't need the equipment in the first place. And yeah, you could also see if you can get someone to craft it for you. However, as Hyapin says, you could also ask around for an Omnicrafter to make the set for you if you provide the materials. Sometimes, and now I don't know if this is the case right now, but sometimes the materials are more expensive combined than the actual item itself. So sometimes it is actually a net loss to do that. Like, just keep that in mind. It isn't always the case, and you would have to like sit down and check the prices to figure that out. But the reason why this can happen is, well, it's partly because given that each player can only like sell their gear where they are, and sometimes a piece of equipment just doesn't sell very fast, so that means that a crafter could make a chest piece and then it takes so long to sell that the price of the materials like overtakes it, or it drops because no one's buying. So sometimes it can be difficult to figure out exactly what is best. But it isn't like a catastrophe if the price is like, usually it's only like slightly different. Like usually it's because the crafting materials just barely overtook the gear, so people stopped making the gear as a result. But it's something worth keeping in mind because it takes longer and essentially costs more resources in a way to craft the gear over just buying it. So it gets complicated. Right, it's the grand finale. We are doing the layer. Anyone that wants to come along for the layer who's here anyway? You can come over to me. That's usually how we communicate this. It's I believe Gazel does not have it. Yeah, Game End, if you think that it gets too complicated, if you need, if your gear is below 640, right? If your actual gear you're wearing is below item level 640, then go to the market board. Potentially look up each item you need with a website that tracks prices across your region. I usually use the Universalis app. If you just write Universalis on Google, it should appear. You might have to add Universalis Final Fantasy XIV or something to get it, but it is there, and then you can simply just look at the price in the entire region you play on. And then just go to the specific server on the specific data center where the items are cheapest. Just make a list and just go, oh, well, on this server, this item is 50k, where if I just stayed on my own, it would be 200. And yes, sometimes it can be that insane of a price difference. And you just go and buy all of the cheapest options. And when you've done that, you have a gear set. And when you have enough rain to augment something, you can just do that, and eventually you'll have a full set of 650 gear. And when you have that, then the only other things you can use causality for is buy the crafting materials themselves to sell for more money, which a lot of people are doing, or you can buy relic weapon progression. Like you can buy the things you need for the Mandeville weapons. Those are like the two things you can do with it. So like once you have the gear that you need, of course you can also just get more jobs equipped with 650. That is also an option. But yeah, the reason why you might be interested in investing some causality in relic weapons once you have everything else covered on your gear is because on the 16th, when the patch drops, we're expecting that that relic weapons are also reaching their final stage, which is item level 665 and is the best weapons in the game. So you would want that. Like, if you're gearing up, you would want that. The thing is that to just get one weapon to 645 where they are right now, you'd need 4,500 causality. So if you need your causality for literally anything else, then that's probably for the best, because right now an augmented weapon is better than a relic weapon. Like right now. So you can invest, I think it's 700 causality in Rain and make an augmented weapon, or invest 4,500 causality and get a worse weapon that can become better later with even more investment. And yeah, that's true, Jeff. A pretty good way to farm causality if you need more is doing hunt trains. I usually just do some roulettes. By doing the roulettes that I do on these streams, I accumulate around 750. And then a little bit. For example, from these. The Killer says, I have over 200 cracked anther clusters and no clue how to exchange it for mats. Let me find that real quick. You're looking for a specific materia trader. I believe there's one in Ratzathan and one in Sharlian for the grade 9 and 10s. So you go to the Sharlian Aetheryte. You just go over here. The materia event over here. There's also one in Ratzanhan. If you're... I don't know... You say cracked anther clusters. So these ones. Right. So you trade with you talk with this person, you can trade them here. For grade 10 materia. There's also one in, as I said, 3 times or something. There's one in Ratzanhan. They're over here. They're next to the materia master, typically. Usually right next to the materia master. And if you have clusters for a different expansion, so like grade 8s or grade 6s, then you have to go to the appropriate expansion. Enjoy! And Hayapin also mentions that the blue pouch NPCs in the starting cities also can trade for you there. So that is also an option. I'm just so old school. Every single time that someone asks me where to find something that those blue pouch NPCs can trade for you, I'm like, oh, this is the actual NPC you're supposed to use. And then there's almost always like 3 people going, you can also just use the blue pouch vendors. You know, the Ravina girls or whatever. And I'm sitting there like, oh yeah, that's been a thing since like mid to late Shadowbringers, I think. Something like that. What? Well, we've doubled up on Summoner and Bard.
Come, mortals. Make your way through our watery sanctum.
I would also say I would like it as an alternative option on the augmentation NPCs, like for the augmented crafted gear. I would really like it if they opened like an additional option you could use to just say if you have the rain you need, you can just exchange the item directly instead of having to like trade in the item for tokens and then buy the item with rain and tokens. I have seen some people mess up and get the wrong item and then be stuck with no gear, or like they traded it wrong or miscalculated how much rain they needed. And we could just avoid this problem if you could just exchange the item directly. It would also just feel like smoother. I mean, yeah, you're the only melee DPS. The problem is that sometimes people will use the LB if you sit on it for too long. Flap. Still 2 summoners short for 2-minute meta. Oh yeah, that's what we did in near raids, right? I believe we had one of them where we just had like 4 summoners. Son Arcana says, use it as soon as you can, Ymir. That is not a bad idea when you have the access to LB3, to just use it immediately if it's safe. Unless we need the LB3 to recover with, but I don't think we will. It was the first raid, Gazel says. You know what, that makes sense. If I remember correctly, it took like 30 years for me to actually get to the first one. So it wouldn't surprise me if it gave everyone a lot of time to come up with some silly antics. I think that was too early on my knockback immunity there. Yep. Ah.
Not all knowledge is wisdom. At what answer will you arrive, I wonder?
What is this theory that Thaliak is posing? He's saying right bank and left bank. So he's saying that I should that if I find the right bank, I should leave bank?
Of ignorance he cleansed.
Is this the answer he wants me to arrive at? I don't understand. I'm very confused. Open a bank account. Aha! Ding! Idea. At what answer will you arrive? I should open a bank account. Thaliak just like, no, not. Well, not exactly what I had in mind. Like, maybe like it might not be a bad idea. I don't know how much you like how your economy is, but that wasn't exactly what I was thinking of. But if you rob the right bank, you'll never have to worry about leaving a bank broke ever again. Saying to pour all your money into this guy Enix account. I mean, like, the problem with using a game account as your bank is that it doesn't allow you to use the money for very many things. On which side do you put your balls, Thaliak?
O waters purifying, reveal their nature.
on the left. Aha! Oh, my co-healer died. Oops.
'Tis time for a test.
'Tis time for a test.
Share with me your ruminations.
Speed test. What was the chance of getting 2 seals without using redraw? It's time for a test.
Not all answers can be obtained through might.
Correct, Archibald. 2 out of 3. That test. How many volumes of Calculus Edition 7 can you carry? I would say, like, if we were talking like in your backpack, then I think like your average normal strength level student could carry like 4 of them in your backpack. I would say 4.
Let us enlighten one another.
But if you're like a really bulky one, like a really bulky student, then maybe like 7.
Smooth sailing so far, I see. Come then, mortal.
It depends on the airspeed, velocity of the unladen swallow.
Have you got the stones to face the navigator? Come on, don't keep me waiting.
What do you mean? You can carry at least 999 at one time in a stack. Fair enough. Is that how Alphino was such a star student? He just realized all these idiots only bringing like 1 book to class. Just bring all of them, Lamau. Idiots. Don't they know how an inventory works? Look at these fools.
Mine are the waves and the winds.
You know, BMO, it's actually quite wild. It has been like... It seems like people just all lost interest in that. Which is actually shocking. I'm surprised that people just kind of stopped for the most part. Like, that's not to say that there isn't a really good chance that someone will do the memes in this run. But I think it's funny how, in retrospect, it is not really a big deal that you can use an emote to almost get yourself killed instantly on this fight. Because eventually people stopped finding it interesting.
You must make an ally of the wind. Rise above the white caps.
Shiro says, which is sad because something special happens if you do it while your bag is to the edge of the arena. Is it that you die?
Like the stormy seas, I'm a harsh mistress.
And indeed, Darth Studicus, that is true. Are you behind on the stream? But yes, that is true. That is exactly because all of the weapons have equal value. You could if an armor or like an accessory is particularly cheap, that might even be better as well. It's a little tool we'll need for later. The secret is that you will die. Emo says I never actually done it because I don't know the timing. The trick is she can't really do it if she's doing something else. So every time she's in like the aftershock of a mechanic, like after she's used Windrose, for example, if you start spamming the emote then, there's a significantly higher chance that it'll work. And I base that knowledge on the simple fact that I tried getting the kiss in on one attempt only, and it worked by using that logic. She can't do it if she's busy doing something else. So you just have to make sure that you're like prompting her when she isn't busy.
That's the way, my clever serpents.
And given that you can actually just spam it, you just put it on your boss and spam it whenever she's not busy. Like if you really want to, I can say it isn't as exciting as it sounds. Yeah, exactly, Steve. The one time I did it, I was the main tank doing it.
Swim free, my pet. Surely do better than that. To seek new horizons, you must come
That felt a
together
little
as
quick.
one. It falls to you and yours to navigate the seas ahead.
After all this time, it feels strange calling to you thus.
Trevor says, as I get into Endwalker, I can already say one thing I'll not like about starting Dawn Trail. Losing the ability to fly.
For making it this far. Not long now, till our journey together must end. I am the last of us to face you.
Hey Ted, hope you're doing well.
Strong are they who roam.
Yes, Steve, it's extra fun when you get into a zone where you can see clearly that, oh, this zone is something you're supposed to come back to 5 levels later. So some of the ether currents are in areas you just can't reach.
must persevere.
I don't know, Shiro. On the other hand, being able to fly also allows you to really take in the scenery from up high. Stars on high, fall as rain, like a flying mount, I guess.
My bowstring sings.
Kind of player that does every side quest before continuing the MSQ. That sounds like a lot.
You can overcome this. I know you can.
Sounds like a lot. But as long as you're having fun with it. Usually I've only like done side quests alongside the MSQ if I had to. And by that I mean
Your prayers have given us strength.
because I was spending all of my rested XP every day on the first few days in Endwalker on doing roulettes with like Sage and Reaper, I didn't get as much XP out of the dungeons while doing the MSQ itself, which led me to fall behind the required level for the MSQ sometime in Elpis, which led to me then doing a few side quests to catch up.
Those who hesitate are lost.
That's also true, as Tay says, that if you actually do them while you are at that point in the story, they tend to make a little bit more sense. That is true.
Behold the wanderer's arrow.
Exactly, something like that, Steve. In my case, I was like a few 100,000 XP away or something, like close enough that I just had to do a few quests, so I did that. Yeah, that's why it is a little dangerous that that it isn't uncommon when it comes up with like how you should do with the XP from the MSQ, that people tend to go, oh, there's enough XP in the MSQ that you can level like 3 jobs, no problem. Because it's not exactly true. You can level like, if you invest all of the XP from the MSQ in one job, then you will reach level 90 early, sure. But there isn't XP for 2 jobs. Not the whole way.
May the wind ever be at your back.
Do we have low damage? I feel like we saw an additional mechanic in the first bit of the Ocean fight, and that mechanic sometimes doesn't resolve at all. The one we just did.
The sweet soul of parting.
Yeah, if you
Stay the course to the end.
if you serve the do your MSQ with and also supplement with roulettes and stuff, then that's an entirely different story. Traverses, I think that gets skewed a bit with the road to 80 buff leveling people faster too. Pre-Endwalker does feel like there's enough XP for several jobs. Yeah, and see, the thing is, Traverse, I speak from experience because Small Kai was leveled with road to 80, and she reached level 90 when the MSQ was like level, I think it was 85 or maybe 84, something like that. But the problem is, as you say, that because of the road to 80, the amount of XP you get when you're below 80 just feels enormous. And then you reach level 80 and then it just drops.
It seems we're being summoned. Go, my friend. I will stay here with the others.
See, down it says, I think one mad lad on Reddit counted entire XP in MSQ, and doing absolute minimum will make your XP start like 3 times during the MSQ. There you go. And then there's also the part that can skew the numbers, is that many players will forget that, say, a new player who's doing the MSQ for the first time will not have the pre-order bonus earrings, which just gives you like an additional 30% whenever you're doing a dungeon and stuff like that, which can also skew the result. And technically, again, because there are dungeons in the MSQ, how often you play also have an impact, because if you're doing all of the dungeons with a full rested XP bar, then you get more value out of every duty you have to do than if you don't. So like that's the thing, is that it can be a little bit complicated to calculate exactly, but if you just write out exactly how much XP the MSQ gives from start to finish, then you would be able to know, oh, at this level you actually needed the dungeon XP to be this much, or at this level there just isn't enough, you have to do something else. Steve says, I paused the MSQ to use road to 80 for leveling alt jobs quicker. That is also a way you can do it. Just remember, you don't lose the road to 80 by reaching level 90. Like, there's a few things that play into how long you get the road buff. But the reason you would want to not level beyond 80 is more so because, you know, it is limited how long you get it. That is true. But getting to level 90 is not what makes you lose it. So if you really want to level something to 90, that comes at the cost of not spending that time on leveling other jobs that aren't level 80. But you can do that. Yeah, it's 90 days or until the server that you're on stops being the preferred, like recommended one. So if it just never stops being preferred, then you will basically be allowed to have it forever. The key word here is you will lose it after 3 months if during those 3 months your server has been not preferred. If that is not the case, then you will keep it until it stops being preferred. After the 3 months. I believe that is also the reason why Small Kai had road to level 80 for an eternity. Was because Alpha isn't exactly overfilled with players, let's just say that, right? Now that's a lot of damage. Also, I think I completely missed Coco checking in on the stream, didn't I? Did they already leave again? It was Gunsmokes. Yeah, it said like a while ago, said PS I've overslept.
Mercy be upon our beloved's children.
Can... Try if that helps. It's okay, Darth. It was more for your sake, because from your perspective, it might feel like everyone's ignoring you. And I don't want you to feel like that. I think that is an absolutely terrible idea, Shiro, but you said so yourself as well. Could you imagine? Could you imagine that the balance if you got extra damage for having rested XP? Like, just think about it. Oh, you're a Savage Raider. Oh, well, then you can't level jobs, because then you, like... Well, if you do, you should make sure to save some of your rested XP for the day, for your raids. Would that also mean, then, that you would lose rested XP for doing content, even though you're not gaining XP? Because, like, remember, my main here has had a full rested XP bar. At least since I leveled Blue Mage to 80. Kicked out of static for not letting your character get enough sleep. That's what we call a big oof. pretty sure this should do. Why move lots when little do trick? Yeah, that's a lot of weird things you could think of like that, Shiro, which would really be just annoying. Which might sound good for RP, like, oh, you only get rested if you sleep, if you log out in a bed, because you need rest in your bed. You get all these extra benefits for having a good night's sleep. But it's the same reasoning as to why people hated the inverse of rested XP, which was your character could get exhausted, even though it's the same thing. Like, and I've talked about this before, but rested XP started in, for example, World of Warcraft as being exhausted, where once you had gained a certain amount of XP, you only got half XP for the rest of the day. But that's technically the same as rested XP. Shaking my head. A good raider should have all jobs at max so that they can have their rested XP bar full at any time. Yeah, you take that, Gazel, and then you also double that with a good raider would have all jobs at max level, so you have access to all jobs in case we need it. Tay says, that's a good idea to make people go out and touch some grass. True. The thing is, with rested XP is that daily quests and like daily login rewards and things like that are there to motivate you to come in and play every day. But you can run out of stuff to do that way, because they also want you to come back every day, right? Rested XP is basically that, but in a slightly more veiled way. It's a little less obvious that that's what they're doing when they just give you like a bar and go, you can grind as much as you want. You don't even have to use it all in one day. In fact, I don't think you get a full bar of rested XP by being locked out in a full day. Like, it takes a little bit. But by making it so that you get more value out of playing a little bit every day, then they motivate you to make it a habit to log in every day, and they want you to come back every day, especially in a subscription-based MMO, because they need you to come back every month, right? But they also don't want you to overplay, so this kind of system where it stops rewarding you after a while helps with that problem. Much better than like other MMOs where after you've been, like, when you've logged in for an hour, it just pastes in the chat, it's like, you've been playing for 1 hour. And then when it like reaches 2 hours, it's like, you've been playing for 2 hours. And then after 3 hours, it might even do like a pop-up and go like, you've been playing for 3 hours, consider taking a rest. And then you're sitting there like, yes, I went to the bathroom after 2 hours, and I went to have a glass of water, and I ate lunch, but why should I log out? Oh yeah, thank you, Emia. Your daily your weekly or daily reminder to extract materia from your gear. It's free real estate. Did you ever ask the grass if it wants to be touched? And Olana says, well, Pedia says 10 days to get full rested XP. Wait, what? Is rested capped at... Oh, that's what you meant. 30 times 8-hour blocks. Right. If I remember correctly, you can get 2 full levels of rested XP in WoW. I'm pretty sure you can get the same in Final Fantasy XIV. But the problem is that can be difficult to that could be difficult to determine, I imagine, given that you can only see one of those levels. And because you get XP in addition to, then it can be difficult. Like, you'd get the full level, and then you still have a full level. You get a level, and you still have the full level, because it gets spread out over a few days, or a few levels. That says there are add-ons that will track, even though you can't see it. And yeah, that is exactly the answer. It's because the number is accessible by the player somehow, which means that an add-on can just ask for the number. It's like how there are commands in Final Fantasy XIV to just print the current cooldown of an action if you want. Like, that is something you can do. That's the same in World of Warcraft, that some things you can just request information. And some of the, like, the thing is, this kind of information that you can request is something that the developers have specifically chosen to let you have. Which is also the reason why we saw things like add-ons, like losing features in World of Warcraft. Because something went too far. This has also happened in Final Fantasy XIV, actually. To give you an example of each, I'll start with the World of Warcraft one, and then I'll do the Final Fantasy XIV one. In World of Warcraft, there is this add-on called Deadly Boss Mods, which basically puts timers on your screen and gives you helpful notes about how to deal with mechanics on, like, as you go, which can sometimes be so detailed that unless you have to react to a mechanic in a specific way, you can sometimes wing it with rather difficult boss fights, because the details you get are detailed enough that you just go, like, the add-on can just go, you stand here, go to that person, and things like that. So you can just brain off, do that. You just have to do your rotation ultimately, and remember that. And at the start of Legion, there was a boss that, but he was called Savius. He had a mechanic where he would mark a certain number of players, and they would be pairwise directing a line AoE that would go through the raid. Which means that if you angled it at an awkward position, it could just cleave through the entire raid. But what DBM would do would be, it would just add like an overlay of basically where all of your party members were positioned, and then showed the line so that it could show you if you were cutting anyone. So you could just use that to, like, instantly position yourself so you didn't hit anyone, which completely trivialized the fight. And also people were complaining that the fight was too easy, if I remember correctly. Shortly after, Blizzard removed the ability for players, i.e. add-ons, to request the exact coordinates of other players. Which meant that they no longer could see the exact position of players, completely breaking this particular feature. This also meant another feature that DBM had had for years, which was basically like, when there was a mechanic that required you to be a certain distance from other players, or you had to be within a certain distance of other players, it would show like a little radar and show you whether they were or not. But this required this coordinates check. Because they removed this, the way this range checker radar was reworked was you have to be within 10 yards, that's the general range term in World of Warcraft as opposed to yalms, to inspect another player. Inspecting is this, examine. So they basically just used a command to check your raid and say, who can I inspect? If you those people that you can inspect are within range of 10 yards, and those that you can't inspect are not. And then it would just instead print a list of names instead of the actual radar. You can probably understand why they removed the ability to do this when it's so heavily trivialized an encounter. In Final Fantasy XIV, the closest we get to this is some of the more veteran players among you may remember there was a time where you could place markers in the middle of combat, which meant that you could place markers and then like remove them and place them again, or move them to elsewhere if you wanted. But you can't do that anymore. There was also a time where you had like a total of 5 marker slots. Like an actual only 5. You couldn't do this. There was just 5 in total. Now, if you're curious as to why you can't do that anymore, there was a mod that was added, that someone made, that basically was functioning as like an external raid leader. Basically, you could construct entire strategies where, as long as you just needed one person to have this tool running, and it would just move markers real time, and because you had 8, you could just have, say, okay, what you have to do is just stand where the 1 marker is. That's all you have to do. Do your rotation, whatever you like, but stand where the 1 marker says you have to stand. And then as the fight progresses, the 1 marker just moves around the field to go, oh, now you have to stand here. Now you have to stand here. And that sounds cool in theory, but that completely trivializes a lot of mechanics and boss fights. Just completely trivializes them or makes them pointless. Because part of the difficulty of a boss fight is also remembering where you're supposed to be and knowing where you're supposed to be. Like, it's a memory check, which is also why a significant amount of players view using tools like Cactbot, which is Final Fantasy XIV's equivalent of DBM, as cheating. Which in some capacity it is, because it is a third-party tool and officially not allowed, right? But that's the reason. Now, you can probably realize that the fact that the development team almost immediately went and stopped the access to waymarks in combat as a result of this means that the development team probably knows that Cactbot exists. They almost certainly know that, but concluded that it wasn't too problematic, or it might be too difficult to prevent it. But this marker stuff was too far. Like, completely too far. So they did whatever it took to prevent it. Just, you can't put waymarks in combat anymore. And then as a consolation prize, we got this. So at least you can place your markers faster. And you can save your markers, so you don't have to, like, adjust them on the fly, because you have the perfect ones, and you can share the perfect ones. See, Darth said DBM was needed in WoW because the telegraphing was so bad. It was weak Oros that got things nerfed. DBM has been relatively fine for the most part. Yeah, the thing is, weak Oros is the thing that has made it even crazier, because you can just make an entire thing to track something on the fly. But the thing is, in World of Warcraft, they make boss encounters knowing that you're going to be using DBM and weak Oros. And when they prevent you from doing certain things, they do it because the tool is so overpowered that it completely trivializes the thing, like the Saviors thing I mentioned. But for the most part, the boss fights in World of Warcraft are designed with the assumption that you're going to use third-party tools, or add-ons as they're called. In Final Fantasy XIV, this is not the case, which is why it is much more regularly viewed as cheating to use third-party tools. Now, the thing is, it's very hard or sometimes outright impossible to see that someone is using a tool to assist them in doing a fight if they don't record it and they don't say anything about it. Like there was the camera incident with Top, where people were using a tool that allowed them to zoom their camera out way further than what should be possible. You wouldn't know that someone in your raid used a tool like that if they didn't say anything about it or didn't record it. So that's kind of part of the problem, right? But you could argue that the marker thing would be very obvious and very visible. Hyperpin says, how can it be hard to prevent? Just shut it down as breaking TOS. See, the thing is, as I said, it's difficult to actually see if someone is just really good or if they are cheating. That says also ultra-wide monitors do almost the same thing. Well, they do it in width. The thing is that this tool specifically allowed you to zoom out, so you got basically this view, but of the entire circular arena. And yeah, Argybuster, the joke there is that the zoom thing on P12S Phase 2, people say it's probably a reference to the Top incident. Yeah, the reason why it is complicated to prevent people from cheating with these tools is there are a few reasons. The first one is that there are a lot of people that use mods without it hurting anyone, right? If you're using a DPS meter, but you're not talking about it to anyone, you're just using it to like see how well you're doing, then it doesn't hurt anyone. If you're using a DPS meter and your play group that you play with also use a DPS meter and you are all in on using it to help each other improve, then you're not hurting anyone. If you're using FF logs to figure out if you can do better, you're not hurting anyone. If you're using CactBot to like have an easier time with a fight you're having a hard time with and you eventually beat it, and you don't like go and then say other people are bad for not being able to beat it when technically you cheated to beat it, then you're not hurting anyone. Like if you don't talk about it and you just keep it to yourself, then you're not hurting anyone. And many of the mods in Final Fantasy XIV are using mods that give you no combat advantage. Like, the huge amount of mods are just clothes or visual changes and stuff like that. So, adding an anti-cheat system of any kind at all would block off all of these mods that are technically officially illegal, but doesn't hurt anyone. And there are a lot of players that use these tools, right? Like, there's a huge amount of players that use these tools. And what I mean by tools is, of course, the non-combat stuff, the visual stuff. And we can't know for sure exactly how many are using them. And remember, a anti-cheat tool like this would probably hurt more players than it would help. Because you have to remember, the players that aren't cheating would just experience that other players are now bad because the tools they were using to play better no longer work. And the players who are cheating, or were cheating, either are now gone, or they play worse and are having a worse experience. So everyone loses, ultimately, at least initially, with an anti-cheat tool. And an argument for having anti-cheat tools is also that bots would have a harder time cheating. Games that have anti-cheat tools, World of Warcraft, have cheating bots. So that's not the reason they're cheating, it's because there's some other loophole that they've discovered, and once a loophole is closed, they'll just find a different loophole to exploit. So, and we have to focus on the legitimate players in terms of an anti-cheat tool, or an anti-cheat implementation, and ultimately, most of the player base would not benefit from the implementation of an anti-cheat tool, which is why, as far as I know, the closest we've been to anti-cheat tool is that when the players are getting a little too overzealous with tools, Yoshi P and or developers start like shaking the box a little bit and going, well, you know, that's the solution to the problem. Stop cheating. Because they don't want to ruin that fun. For those that are using, like, doing it without hurting anyone. Yeah, exactly. Warden has entered the chat. But yeah, exactly. I don't encourage using mods. I don't use mods, in fact. Like, you could, like, hypothetically, I could have a DPS meter on a different monitor, but I don't have that. You, however, have to take my word for it on that. I don't have a DPS meter, and if you check my, if you check my name on FF logs, you might see some logs from Endwalker, but I have not posted them. And see, exactly, Tay, that is actually an even bigger threat, isn't it? Yoshi P said, if players keep cheating in World First races, they will simply stop making ultimate content. Now, that is a very, very good threat. Pin says, imagine getting a /tell from a GM that says, maybe you should calm down on that. But yeah, exactly, Tay. And see, the thing is, what Yoshi P is saying there isn't exactly, if you keep cheating and ruining the race, then we'll just stop making the content. It's actually more, I think, because I don't know how Yoshi P thinks, but I think it's more about what's the point of us going out of our way to make this difficult content when you use these tools to make it easier? Shouldn't we just, like, what's the point of us making this super hard content only for you to cheat to make it easier for you? Wasn't the point to get challenged? Like, wasn't that the reason you ran this content? So why are you cheating? Right? Like, I can see that argument. Why bother going through all this effort to make hard ultimates when they could just make, you know, more savage content, more extremes? Like, if they did put all those resources into making ultimates, I don't know, maybe we could get a few extra trials every expansion. Or even a lot of extra trials. Who knows? But if the players are just going to squander that ultimate anyway by using tools to cheat on it, I can totally see it. Remember the Fall Guys cheat drama? I do, and I predicted it. If I remember correctly, on the day where I streamed doing the Fall Guys event, I looked at the achievement of getting 100 wins and immediately said, this was a bad idea. They shouldn't have done this. This is going to be a problem. Something to that effect. I immediately predicted people are going to cheat if they can because of this achievement. And lo and behold, I think I won Fall Guys once, but I wasn't trying to win. Like, I was playing the game, and I happened to win. I was really lucky. Like, the specific one I won, if you check the stream, because that was when I won, it looked like I was cheating. Because several times I just didn't get hit by mechanics. Like, I just walked through. Like, I just basically just blindfold, just pray, and just walk forward, and it worked. It says the default behavior for the DPS meter FF uses doesn't even display in game. I could just be recording his performance in the background. Exactly. The thing is, if you just want to post logs, you can just have, I believe it's called ACT, running in the background and just post the logs to FF logs later. And given that most of the DPS meters are overlays, there's technically not, like, if you have multiple monitors, and now you might be shocked, but I actually have 3 monitors, you can just have the DPS meter on a different monitor than the one you're playing the game on. So you can absolutely do that. You can, in the same exact vein, you could have Cactbot with all of its timers on a different monitor and just make sure it's muted, or at least make sure you've set up your recording or your stream or whatever it is, so it doesn't pick up the sounds from Cactbot. You can do that. Which is which of course means that any video or stream, the best you can do if there is no indication that they're using mods is take their word for it. Like, that's the best you have. That's all you have to work with, because it can all be hidden. Which actually makes it even sillier when the recording has the DPS meter on the screen. Let's see, Angel says, given that I have done a bit of ultimates, some mechanics are a bit complicated in Party Finder, so the use of, example given, Automarker, which people refer to as Allergan Melon, is understandable. It is understandable, but counter-argument, if you're not good enough to do the do without the mod, then you're not good enough. If it's too complicated for Party Finder, then you have to join a static. Like, the weird part here is that people are going, well, I want to do it without being in a static, so, and I need a mod to do that, and reason it like that. But you get what I mean? Like, if you're not good enough, then you're not good enough. But again, as I said, if you just don't make it a problem, right? If you don't make it a problem... Exactly, Angel. Party Finder has done without use of AM. It's the same reason why mods are ridiculous to expect people to use, because as we understand, the developers beat the ultimate themselves without mods, right? So someone did it. Like, the world first race is actually world second because someone beat it first. Hey Siren, hope you're doing well. Feel like it's been a little bit. But that's the thing, is that on the one hand, you could say, well, I need the mod to be able to beat the fight. On the other hand, there is it's not like you have to beat the fight, it's optional. But there isn't a problem if you keep it to yourself. Like, the key thing that I think causes problems with this is that there are players that use mods and then complain that the content was too easy because they used mods. Like, that's the problem, really. In my opinion. Like, that's really the problem, is that, like, that's how you get raids that are balanced around you using mods. Quantum says, I have had bad experiences with co-healers trying to max pass a fight. They just dump extra responsibility on you. You know, that's actually a really funny effect of how Final Fantasy XIV do passes. In Final Fantasy XIV, the pass is your damage, also if you're a healer. In World of Warcraft, the healer pass is how much healing you did. Now, if you have any idea how healing works in an MMO, you probably realize that to get the maximum pass in World of Warcraft as a healer, you need to either have no other healers or snipe heal everything. As in, basically, every time anyone takes any damage, lost raid, to get it first, before someone else can heal. Which is, I mean, it's... The result is that healers in World of Warcraft will be more incentivized to spam heals, which is the intention, kind of. But it leads to a similarly weird problem to Final Fantasy XIV's healers, right? Ham says, wouldn't the healer also get rewarded for a bad party? Yes. Yes, it would. It absolutely would. Back in Legion, which someone else also mentioned, I was in a raid team where we had healers that were strong enough that certain bosses in the Nighthold, when we were doing our re-clears, they were like, alright, so which healer solo healing this today? And keep in mind, those are 20-man raids. So you have one healer healing 20 people. Where normally you'd have 3 or more. At least 3, probably 4 or 5. Because, well, we could out-heal it with one person if they go full blast. But yeah, exactly, Harm. You would be rewarded for being in a bad team, essentially. Hypin says, out of curiosity, I went to check if I had anything on FF logs, and apparently I did. Funny enough, on P10N and P11N. I only ran both once. There's also logs of me on FF logs in, like, more current casual content. Because someone went into it with a meter and decided to post a log. Fortunately, most of them, I believe, are like purple or something, but it doesn't matter. Passes in casual content are really, like, they don't say very much, because the majority of your party either does not care about passes, or doesn't bother posting a pass from normal content. So you have a subset of the players that post logs. Shiro says, I had a friend once who abandoned a duty because they realized their combo action plugin broke, and they said they don't know how to play Samurai without it. In my Savage Raid team, in middle of Shadowbringers, the raid leader we had at first actually couldn't... He was a healer. He was a white mage, I believe. He couldn't play on patch day because his plugins broke. On a white mage. You see, that's an advantage that you get if you don't use plugins, is that the game actually plays pretty good on patch day. Exactly, Anolana. What plugin? Luna says, to be fair, I struggle patch day because without Civ Alex, the game's unplayable on 100 plus ping. See, that is also an understandable one, at least, because it's compensating for a thing that you can't really do anything about. And see, the thing is, if we got an anti-cheat in Final Fantasy XIV, that would also die. Orion says, patch day was always exciting in that way too, and wow, will my add-ons have been updated or not? At least over the years, we started reaching a point where many add-ons just functioned anyway without an update. And Olana says, about combos, I kinda do like the Guild Wars 2 approach, but Guild Wars 2 combat is very different to most other MMOs. True. Personally, so I can memorize and perform a fixed rotation in Final Fantasy XIV for minutes, if that's what it takes. Like, I can just do the rotation minute after minute after minute, no problem. But Guild Wars 2, I look at one of those openers or rotations and go, I could probably do that. And then you realize that you have to do it at 300 kilometers per hour, and then you're like, maybe not, then. Of course it will come with practice, but the sheer speed of Guild Wars 2 rotations really, really is something else. Let's see. Giro says, on one hand, biggest healer plugin is the one that prevents dupe reses and highlights cleansable statuses. On the other hand, that plugin is rather new, and there's no way that's what we're using. Shiro, a plugin that highlights cleansable statuses. Is it like similar to a plugin that tells you when your GCD is ready or something? The game tells you if you can cleanse something. What? That just seems weirdly excessive. Appearances, I guess they make the debuffs bigger. That could be. That is really weird. Yeah, I believe that with that raid leader in that situation was that they used some plugins that interacted with their hotbars. So when their plugin wasn't functional, their hotbars were basically just empty. And yeah, exactly, Darth. Technically, the game doesn't ever really teach you very well. It does actually teach you about the... not here, apparently. But the game does actually teach you at some point about the bar that indicates something can be cleansed. I believe they teach it in... This one. This one actually starts by a mini tutorial about Izuna. But guess what? It's all in text. Exactly, in a guild test, of all things. And I don't even think they highlight the bar. They just go, oh, you can remove these things with Izuna. Idaret says, by the way, shout out to banned mod users. Thanks to you, we got bangers like timers on buffs in Endwalker, and that's true. And I will say, I don't think it's very fair to ban someone for using one kind of mod and then just implement it yourself after the fact. Like, then you basically said it was okay. It should explain all of that when you unlock Izuna. See, the thing is, most of the things that appear in this menu, right? It appears when you unlock a thing. How many read this one at level 2 with Black Mage? I'm pretty sure that the number's really low. Ham says I did. Fair enough. I didn't. I certainly didn't. Cole says I read it and didn't understand it for a while. See, the thing is... So just an addition to this, of those of you that did read it, was this your first job? Or was it not your first job? Joel says it was my first job. Right. And Olana says it was their first job. See, my assumption, which in this case, of course, has been proven wrong, at least partly, is you're going to reach level 2 before you cast Blizzard 1. If it is your first job. Because you're going to reach level 2 before you see an enemy. And this appears when you reach level 2 and unlock fire. So you see this, you might read this, but you haven't even had the opportunity to cast fire or blizzard by then. In fact, you might be sitting there like, I want to fight things! Because the game just keeps story, and then you're like level 4 or something by the time you see an enemy. And the thing is, the reason why I attach myself to specifically this active help thing is because most of the other things, you don't need this to teach you. Because, like, see with the pugilist forms, for example, Bootshine says it changes your form to Raptor. True Strike says it changes your form to Curl, and it also says it can only be used in Raptor form. So they explain themselves, right? These 3 actions explain this. So if you don't read this, you're fine. On the other hand, Blizzard doesn't explain what Umbral Ice does, and Fire absolutely doesn't explain what Astral Fire does. So if you don't read this, you don't know what this means. And I think part of the reason for that is that back in the day, before gauges, so that means A Realm Reborn and Heavensward, Umbral Ice and Astral Fire were buffs. So if you didn't understand what they did, you could just mouse over them and say, oh, it makes me regen MP better. Oh, it makes me do more fire damage. But like, most of these things are things that might explain themselves, you know, read the tooltip to understand what the action does. It's like the magic thing. Reading the card explains the card. But specifically with, for example, Umbral Ice and Astral Fire, they don't. Which, of course, comes with the benefit that, was it Orion here that says, I don't read any tutorials while leveling, just read the tooltips and check the balance. And yeah, correct. The trait doesn't explain what it does. The only thing it explains is, while under the effect of either Astral Fire or Umbral Ice, casting a spell of the opposite element will consume no MP. And ironically, the reason why that is because that used to be level 72 one. And no, Orion, I'm talking about a different Orion. We have Dot Orion and also Orion. The double Orion. We have 2 Emirs and 2 Orions. Kokuchu says, I've read all of the pop-up help things, but they never seem to explain or help much. And also true, Cole, the self-help thing here with Umbral Eyes doesn't explain how much. And this is also something that I bring up in my video about why the tutorials in Final Fantasy XIV aren't great, which I talked about a little bit earlier. Is... if you like, this says that it increases the potency and MP cost of further fire spells. If this is like 5%, then you can understand why an ice mage would exist. They just see this and go, I can't be bothered to deal with this. I'll just use ice magic instead. It's easier. But if they actually cast the spell, they'll go, oh, that's a lot. Yeah, the thing is, remember, anything that is in your gauges, if the thing existed before Stormblood, then it used to be a buff or something, because gauges were added in Stormblood, which is ridiculous to think about, but they were. It's pretty funny. If you go back, if you use Wayback Machine and check the job pages on the official website, when Stormblood is new, you scroll down and you see that it's like, this new feature with gauges, and then explains the gauge. And I mean, yeah, Steve, you could also just watch a guide. That's why I made a ton of guides. And why I explain what the things do in the guides. Darth says some people turn off their damage number so they won't see how much damage they're doing, or it's too small for them to see. See, I don't get that. I don't get that when people actually turn off the damage numbers. That's really weird to me. And yet half of the gauges have nothing. You know, Ajibuster, absolutely true. You know what the dumbest part about Sage having a Eucrasia gauge? Just saying, it looks really cool when that happens. But you know what you can do because it is a buff? You can turn it off. You can actually remove it. And because it's a buff, the gauge doesn't do anything. But I'm guessing they were like, well, many jobs have like 2 gauges. We have an extra one. Thank you for coming, Emia. Yeah, one key thing is that... for example, with Black Mage... if you... like... all you'd need to do to figure out that like Astral Fire boosts your damage by like 40% on the first stack is like, if you cast Blizzard 1, you're like, oh, this does like 6,000 and then some damage, right? Or a bit more than that, apparently. Maybe average is around... why did... oh, right, because Enochian. Average is around 8,000 damage. And then you cast Fire 1 and you're like, that's a bit more. Like, that's it. But I just want to highlight that in my Test Your Claim series, multiple of the things that I've proven in those are things you prove by going, alright, so what you do is you target something and then you use the action and then you notice the damage number, and then you click this other action, and then you see that damage number different. Or you use this action and see healing number, and then you use this other action, and then you see healing number different. So it isn't surprising that people might not check these things. Like, it makes sense. And people just go, well, that's a lot of numbers. That's also a lot of numbers. So, like, that's really it. And then there's also the part that if you're a thaumaturge, you just went out and started killing mobs on your hunting log or something. If you do that, and you can see me doing that on one of the earlier Small Kai side quests when we unlocked thaumaturge originally, I literally just go out, throw fire 1 at something, throw fire 1 at something else, and throw fire 1 at something else, and then I level up and get full MP. And then I do it again and get full MP. So I might be like level 8 before I'm like, oh, I can run out of MP? Is that a thing? And you might not even notice that fire 1 costs a ton of MP, because you have basically infinite MP. So by the time you start to have to realize you also have to use Blizzard, or you only use Blizzard, and you might start to realize that maybe it would be an idea to use Fire, you've been spamming just one of them so long that, like, you don't even look at the numbers more. It's just, oh, things are dying. And maybe that's what it is about Death. Says maybe it leaves room for changes later. Maybe they had an idea, like hypothetically, we don't know that because we don't have that, but maybe they had intended for you to be able to do more stuff with Eucrasia, so like it made sense to have a gauge. And who knows, maybe in Dawn Trail they add something to Eucrasia so that it makes sense to have a gauge for it. Just like how tank stances, like, they're starting as just an icon for that, but they get a bar on them. Cole says, I use this action, it looks cool. I use this other action, it doesn't look cool. I spam the cool action. I actually like the visual of Fire 1 better than Blizzard 1. I also just generally like the idea of shooting a projectile at something. That just looks cooler than explosion happens at destination. Also, hey Bundy, hope you're doing well. Don't tanks have a meter just to indicate they have tank stance on? Not quite. You can see here. Switch to just a different one. This is the tank stance gauge. When you unlock whatever meter the job has, it gets just attached to the tank stance gauge itself. So it's quite space efficient. Second Eucrasia that changes skills in some completely different way. See, that could be interesting. It would make more sense if it was like, you could use Eucrasia more than once, for example. Like, you could go even deeper. Then it would start to make sense that it has like a gauge to track it or something. Maybe the original intent was that it was like a mode you switched to, which would explain the gauge, and then they decided, no, that's weird. And then they just, well, we kind of already made the gauge though, so what do we do with that? Ah, whatever. We don't have anything else to track, so it's probably fine. See, one of the strats of Fairy Tether. Your creation timer. But yeah, it's possible that it was like a mode. I could at least picture that the reason why we have this gauge is because it was supposed to be something bigger, and then they decided on something else. And this, we don't have any proof of this, I should say. I don't have any proof that it was like that. But this is also pretty good example and circles pretty well back to what we started with on this stream, which was discussing the new jobs coming in Dawntrail, in that the reason why I say we don't know anything about them, aside from the visuals they've shown us, is they've shown us like half a dozen actions on Viper and Pictomancer. And given that the actions they've shown us are generally either really mundane or really cool, we can probably assume that the really mundane actions we've seen, like some of the like regular 1-2-3 combo looking actions on Viper, they just decided, well, I mean, we don't know quite what we'll do with this yet, but Viper will probably have a 1-2-3 combo, so at worst we will use these actions, so there's no harm in showing those. And then they have this super mode and this glaive combo, and they're like, well, we know that Viper should have a glaive, like that is what we're doing, so let's say this is the way we do it. And we wanted to have this super mode with the blue aura, so we want to have that. They've literally only shown us things, possibly, that they know that they want. Like, these are things that are staying. Similarly with the Pictomancer, the Moogle that shoots a laser beam, we're all going to remember that if we don't have it, right? If we get Pictomancer and it doesn't summon a Moogle to shoot a laser beam, we'll notice that it's missing. So they're probably going to make sure that's there. But because they only showed us a few actions, and they didn't show how they even work, they could do anything at all, and we wouldn't know that they actually started with 3 other drafts that didn't become anything. Like, we wouldn't know if they were like, in fact, we wouldn't know if they started with a green mage and then decided to do a Pictomancer later down the line, because it just made more sense. We wouldn't know. Which is why I have this tank stance, that we don't get anything useful out of seeing a preview of a job, which is also sort of what I implied with my Viper video a while back, where I was like, well, this could be this, or this, or this, or that, or that. Who knows? And just speculate, because we can't possibly know without seeing some tooltips. Like, if they had shown the tooltip next to those actions they demonstrated for both jobs, that would be way more helpful. It would be like, well, it says it generates some gauge here, and this one spends something. Now we're getting somewhere. We can at least infer some information on that. See, Bondi says tank stance on the job gauge is a remnant from when swapping stance cost gauge. Well, to be fair, in Stormblood, and remember the gauge was added in Stormblood, there was a grand total of 1 patch, actually less than a patch, where warriors lost their gauge when they switched stance. Paladin didn't, and Dark Knight didn't. But I believe in 4.0, warrior lost their beast gauge if they changed stance. But you're absolutely right on a different thing, Bondi, because if I remember correctly, warrior couldn't have gauge without a stance. Because I specifically remember this, that there was a discussion, like back in late Stormblood, I believe, whether in like in old Castrum at level 50, warriors didn't have a DPS stance at that level yet. They only had the tank stance. The question was, is it better to not, like if you're the off tank, is it better to be in your tank stance so that you have access to Inner Beast and Steel Cyclone? Or is it better to be in no stance? Because then you don't have the damage loss of being in Defiance. Notably, you had Unchained, which allowed you to, in bursts, not have the damage loss from Defiance. But I remember this specifically because it was important that you didn't have your gauge if you weren't in a stance, and you didn't get your DPS stance until level 52. So, in Castrum, it was a genuine question: if you're the warrior and you're the off-tank, should you actually be in your tank stance or not? And the key here was if the other tank was not a warrior, it was probably better that you were the tank and they just went in their damage stance, or no stance with Dark Knight. But that actually does make sense with Bondi's example, that the reason why the gauge is on the tank stance marker itself is because for at least one tank, if not also Paladin, there was no gauge without a tank stance, or without a stance. So it made perfect sense to have them be attached to each other, because they didn't work together. They didn't work without both. See, Dart says, I was very much Team Green Mage, and I'm not a fan of the visual aesthetic of Pictomancer. I might try to get a mod that changes the paint smears to be more particle effectish. I don't like what I've seen so far. Personally, and I said this at the start of the stream as well, I would rather they make Pictomancer and make something cool, creative, and fun than they made Green Mage and it's like a dot mage and it performs terribly because dots just aren't very well supported in Final Fantasy XIV due to how the meta works. And then they might just do the Paladin thing where they get rid of the dots again. Like, I would rather have Pictomancer and it work well than them going, well, people are asking for a dot mage, and then they make a dot mage and it doesn't work. I was also Team Green Mage because that was like, that would be the way to get the thing that I wanted the most, but I was also being realistic in the way that I didn't expect Green Mage to be a dot mage. There are streams prior to this one where I have described how you could make Green Mage with a focus on buffs and debuffs with no dots. You can do that. But I don't think it would be very fun. It would feel like Blue Mage, except you have to use Whistle a lot of times. Bondi says the main thing for me is that they said Picto doesn't have a res. See, I said that was good as well, and that is actually the only piece of information that we got that has practical use in relation to the thing where I said, all we know about the actions that we saw is that those animations are probably staying. Them saying Pictomancer does not have a res means that we have information on this. Like, we know one thing about the Pictomancer's toolkit. One. It does not have a res. That's it. That's all we learned. But I think the Pictomancer looks cool. I think it looks fun. It will have support abilities, right? But when he says support abilities, I'm guessing defensive cooldowns. Like, that's what I'm guessing. Long cast times mixed with instant cast times. And yeah, the thing is, we don't know what long means. We don't know what long means. Like, Black Mage long? Which means, by the way, like 3 seconds. Or do they mean 2.5 seconds? Like, what is a short spell by today's standard? Is, like, I would like to hear Yoshi P describe to me what pace other casters cast at, because if he's like, White Mage has fast spells, then I know what slow spells mean, because that means more than 1.5 seconds. But yeah, it could be like Black Mage length, where you don't actually have time to weave something. yeah, as I said, we don't really know for sure. Siren says every cast on Pictor is going to be Blue Mage rehydration levels. 5-second cast time. Oh, boss is doing something. Well, maybe they make it work by having it so that you have to cast multiple things before it leads to an attack. So like, you do a 2.5 second there, 2.5 second there, and then you attack. That way they could have a mage that has to cast for a long time without it being like, well, there's movement in this fight. I didn't say a lot of movement, I said there is movement in the fight. So... yeah, that's also true, Andrew. That was also a thing that I was thinking of with green mages. I can't remember what weapon green mage is, but the thing that I assumed initially was they're probably using a stick. Again. But yeah, as I said, my team was... I would like a dot mage. However, I'm being realistic. I don't think I'm getting one. Like, that was my team. Was... I like this? Green mage was hammer, was it? I don't know. The images here use a stick. No hammer here. If Chelgroms from, let's see, War of the Visions, Final Fantasy, Brave Exvius uses a stick. We have a Viera from Tactics S. And there's the trading card game that uses the same Viera, using a stick. They're saying, isn't it a mace? Is this a mace? Is that a mace? Is that a mace? It's empty. It's a hole. It's a stick. It's a stick. It's a mace if you want it to be. It's... At best, it's like one of those, like, wands you use to blow bubbles with. No, that's an anime girl. No. The thing the anime girl is holding, Archibuster. That says it has staff, rod, and mace as weapon types. Similar but different. Doesn't White Mage also have that in those kinds of games? And Black Mage? I'm pretty sure Black Mage can use knives in, like, FF1. What is a mace but a stick with some blunt thing attached at the end? And also, I just want to add, as Anju says, I would probably associate hammers with warrior before I would a mage, although in Final Fantasy 1, White Mage was able to equip hammers. See, for me, I don't care whether Green Mage uses a hammer or a mace or a stick. I would find it very annoying if finally we get another blunt weapon user and it's a mage again. Blunt weapon users in Final Fantasy XIV are White Mage, Black Mage, Summoner and Scholar, and Monk. Can we have a blunt weapon physical attacker? Maybe? And Blue Mage, that's true. Blue Mage also uses a stick. A cane, if you will, but a stick. Where do you leave Blue Mage in the Blood Women department? Limited job, and it's a mage. But yeah, that's my perspective, is that I was thinking, well, it doesn't really, like, if it's a green mage, they will probably use a stick. They'll probably use a stick. They could use a hammer or a mace. They could do that. A scepter, even. That would be an additional stick variant we haven't covered yet. I'm pretty sure Blue Mage uses cane, Black Mage uses rod, and White Mage uses staff. So if we make one that uses a scepter specifically, then we only have problems with certain Black Mage and White Mage weapons being called scepters. But we just ignore that. Gold says, do you think they'll ever add a class with main hand and offhand? Picture could give brush main hand and canvas offhand. They will not. The only reason why Paladin still has separate weapons is because of glamour reasons. If they were to add a job with a separate main hand and offhand again, I can't imagine it, because they decided to not do it with Ninja. And technically they decided to not do it with Dancer. And not do it with Red Mage. So I don't think so. I think they've just decided that it's an unnecessary complexity. Or Monk. You can also not do it with Monk. That's true, Bondi. Also Monk. The reason I skipped over Monk was kind of because Monk came from the same time as Paladin, so there's probably a strict reason why they decided to let Paladin do it and not Monk. But as I've said before, and I'll say again, is I don't mind that it's Pictomancer. I think it looks cool. I think it looks cute. I could imagine playing it. But even if it's the coolest job in Final Fantasy XIV, like visually, even if it's the coolest job in the game, I will probably not play it if it isn't fun to play. See, Bondi says, my guess is that it's an abandoned Monster Hunter style system where sword and shield hits were calculated differently. Whoops, sorry. That could be. I don't know. Well, the thing is, back in the day, back in the old days, a paladin were interested in different things from their weapons and shields. Because when you were in Sword Oath, for example, you generated Oath Gauge from your auto attacks. So you could get more Sword Oath by grabbing a sword with a faster swing timer. You can't do that anymore, because at a certain level, all of the swords have the exact same swing timer. Shields had differing block strength and block rate, which means that you could choose between shields that blocked more often but for less, or shields that blocked less often but for more. But the thing is, because of the existence of Sheltron, which guaranteed you blocked a certain number of times, it was better, typically, to have a shield that could block more damage, because you could just force it to block when you needed to. So that meant, at some point, players figured out, eventually, that it was probably always better to have a faster sword and a shield with higher block strength. That is ultimately what it boiled down to. And that meant if a new raid tier had a sword with a really slow swing timer or a shield with a really high block rate but bad block strength, it felt like you didn't have a good option, because the option sucked compared to what you had, or you just had to settle and just deal with it. And that meant that eventually it was just better to normalize it all. Gazel says, does that mean you can bring a low-level sword into Boja for faster gauge generation? I don't think it actually recognizes the stats on your gear. Because if it did, then you would be like, then it wouldn't be super significant that a black mage or a white mage could bring a shield into Boja. I'm relatively sure that if you bring a sword with a faster swing time, it wouldn't help. I haven't tested though. You could test. If you just get a sword with an unusually fast swing timer, go into Boja and find a striking dummy, and there are some, you could test this. Just see how fast you generate 50 gauge. By default, it takes 22.4 seconds, because you need to swing 10 times, and the delay is the exact time it takes between swings. No, Tay, what I mean is, you can bring a shield, because Boja normalizes the stats on your gear, but what Boja does is it says you have a stick and you have a shield, so you get this. It does not go, you have a stick with this stat, you have a sword with these stats, and you have a shield with these stats, so you get a sword and a shield with those stats. It just goes, yoink, give me those, and hands you, like, LARP version with no stats on them, and just tells you what your stats are, like they do in PvP. Oh, you have a lot of stamina or vitality, you say? Not anymore. Every black mage has 48,000 HP around these parts, and you'll like it. But yeah, that's exactly it, Anju. And that's also what I've been saying, is that it doesn't matter how cool the job is if it isn't fun to play. That is the one thing that I care about. The one thing. The HP will stay the same until morale improves. I've altered the deal. Pray that I do not alter it any further. But you could test this with the swing timer thing. I'm pretty sure that there are some... We could actually just check if there's any gladiator swords with particularly fast swing timers. I don't know how many they removed. Or changed. D2? 1.92. That's not what I wanted. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one for the test. 1.76. You can actually see that they were still getting creative with the swing timers back in late Stormblood. You can see here 224, 232, 208, and then 224, 224, 224 all the way. After they released Shadowbringers, they decided that's not fun. But the Vortex Sword at 170 something, if it works, you would be able to tell immediately. Like, you would notice, because you would get 50 extra gauge, or you'd get 50 gauge 5 seconds earlier. Kai is now Final Fantasy 14 historian. In Mayday. Yeah, it is quite wild. But I do like, the thing is, the funny thing about these changes where they normalize it, where in some capacities you look at it and go, that's boring that they removed that option. When you realize how people deal with it, we talked about this before, the dog and the food. People will do the optimal thing. Even if it sucks and isn't fun, they will do it. So don't give them the option to choose something that isn't fun, because they'll choose it if it is the best option. Hey 11. Hope you're doing well. Actual scholar roleplay. Indeed. However, that unfortunately timing 11, I think you're catching us right at the end of the stream, because we've been going for a while. With that said, if you enjoyed hanging out with the wonderful people in chat and me, hopefully, remember that there is a Discord community server that you can join, where you'll find me and most of the people in the chat. You'll also find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is happening throughout the week. It usually gets updated Sunday or Monday. You can also check the announcement room where you will see the link to every time there's a new video, a new stream, whatever it is, it shows up there first. You can also go to the role assignments room and grab the reminder role if you would like to get a notification whenever I post about a stream or a video or whatever. If you do that, you also get like a 15-minute in advance reminder when I am starting something time sensitive like a stream, so you don't miss a second. And if you did enjoy this stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on the stream, because that tells the YouTube algorithm that this was a very enjoyable stream and you'd like other people to see it, and helps me by extension. So thank you so much in advance. And finally, and I'll probably be saying this for a few more times before I'll stop saying, but I just wanted to once again draw attention to the fact that if you would like to support the channel, but you don't want to use super chats, you don't want to use memberships, and when I mean support, I mean, you know, support with, you know, direct donations and stuff, I have opened a Ko-Fi page, which you can use as an alternative way to support the channel. As always, it is entirely optional, and you don't miss out on videos or anything by not being a member or anything. The videos are on YouTube for everyone, and the streams are as well. But I believe it's Ko-Fi, given that there's a dash. But I don't know how it is actually pronounced. But yeah, that is an alternative way you can support the channel if you would like. With that said, thank you all so much for watching, and good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. And I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye.